Hello and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles, episode 85. I am Doug, your Dungeon Master, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, where we last left off, the party, the Folly, have been traveling through Lirindil for quite some time now, facing various difficulties and trials, meeting various interesting characters, making new friends and enemies. Perhaps most interestingly, making a sidetrack journey to a place called the Celestarium, where they had a variety of trials that they faced in support of Stoic, who was seeking the angel Arcthurian to help him with his devil problem. At the end of which, Arcthurian worked a deal to sacrifice himself to free Stoic of his bonds, both in life and in death, to Bulgash the devil. Also granting Stoic a new power that he is still exploring. But the party left the Celestarium and began trying to process the various things and visions that they encountered, and trying to start thinking ahead to the things they were about to face as they started getting closer to finally trying to get into Lirindil, where they faced a new challenge of how to get in, and began discussing how they might best do that and a couple of different routes that might be possible to accomplish that. And so, as they are headed back to Fort Relica, the sort of entry gateway town into Lirindil, as they make their way back through the Helterlands. They also, the last thing that happened was that they encountered the black tiefling that had been seeking Asura, and killed him, and in the process finding out that Fio, which was Aziri's bodyguard, was killed. They held a funeral for Fio along with Aziri, as she, with some magical assistance from Valen, had the symbol drawn out on the snow and then blown away to symbolize the passing on and kind of erasing him from life. And so, as you guys finish the funeral, out here on the road, as you guys have finished looting and gathering everything from these people, except for the one that escaped, Aziri finishes after she finishes the funeral. She, kind of wishes pardon and kind of goes off about 50 feet away and kind of sits at a rock facing away, and even from this distance, it's pretty obvious she's crying. And that's where we're going to pick things back up.
Okay. I guess I'm just going to sit down 50 feet away from Glenn. Just keep an eye on her.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bring you my water skin where I keep the tea in it, and I'm just going to give her a cup of tea.
Is it ready?
Well, it's going to be cold, but It's still delicious.
Hey, Easy? Can Easy hit a fireball on this real quick?
Do not let Easy put a fireball on my water skin, thank you.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
When you think she's had enough alone time to cry, I think she would very much like a little bit of company and some tea.
Well, thank you.
And I kind of walk away with a knowing look.
Instigator.
Yep, 100%. 100%.
So after hour, if things are still quiet for an hour, if she's feel like she's had her moment, I'll walk over to her with the skin. Would you like some tea?
And at this point, she's kind of calmed down, and is just sort of gathering herself. It's she's kind of done crying, but she just kind of nods and takes it from you and takes a sip and just kind of staring ahead at the moment.
Sura, probably the tea thought I would want some. So.
Thank you.
Of course. The little that I knew him, Thias into a really good man. He will be missed.
He will be. I'm sorry to delay us. I know we have to move on.
You're fine. No, take your time. You need to take the moment to grieve, to mourn.
I will.
We'll give you your time.
I will for 7 days.
I don't know if it like that long. I'm just kidding. Take your time. But yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you.
I mean, I guess sit there. Just kind of put a hand on her shoulder and just kind of watch whatever she's watching.
While that is happening, I just want to kind of help, kind of manage the bodies and like help, like just tell like people stronger than me, like we need to just get these bodies off of just this open space and like let's tuck them away somewhere and just we're not being kind about it. We just need them not just splayed.
Okay.
I'll help her with that.
Yeah, same.
Somebody roll a survival check with advantage to try and hide.
I think
You're better than me. I
a
think.
little bit, but we'll see what
What's
this.
your
I
strength?
used to could.
We'll see what these guys do tonight.
My strength
Who's
is.
stronger, me or you? Let's go.
You're probably stronger. My strength
Let's
is
go.
+1.
All right, so you want me
I'm
to
a
roll the
plus
survival?
0.
Oh, then I'm stronger.
Okay. Let's put that on the board. Natural 20.
Let's
Okay.
Hey!
26. Better than that 3 I rolled on the first one.
Okay. Natural 20.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you're able to pretty easily find a good place that's going to be nestled within some rocks and kind of covered over. It looks pretty darn natural. So.
Sweet.
Let the animals have them. I am going to peel, like pop off, like the last little bit of Turok's horn, one of his horns.
Okay.
Like maybe 3 inches.
Okay. That shouldn't be a problem.
I hear if you grind that down, it's an aphrodisiac.
It is not. I have seen too many stupid people try to snort tiefling horns and die. It is not an aphrodisiac. They get real high in the desert and then die of heat stroke and dehydration. It's kind of funny, but it is also very, very sad.
So that is a myth.
Yes, absolutely. You know what I heard? Snorting the flesh of a creature can get you in a good mood about something. Like what? What kind of weird thing is that if you snort somebody's body part?
I just ignore you and pull out my notebook. Something out.
What a weird thing to think.
Like,
Damn it.
Ew.
Like, cross it off. That's not true.
No, thank you. Love that for us.
Love that.
I do go up to Zenoa. How are you feeling?
Me?
Mhm.
Okay.
You sure? That little sneaky bug just went right at you.
Yeah.
Tried to get him, but then you got really big. Became hard to see.
Yeah. I'm good. I don't think I've ever been that close contact with in a fight, it's a little I like to keep my distance, I think, from now on. But it was pretty cool.
Yeah. It was really cool when I got to see someone else do what I'm very good at.
Which is
Wreck people and hide.
I
I didn't like that. I didn't like it one bit. Now I finally understand why everyone gets so frustrated when you can't find me. So frustrating.
we need to find that guy.
I'm gonna find him one day. I know what he looks like. little sneaky bug. I'm going to ruin him. Vendetta.
I think I could probably send him the message if you want me to.
Absolutely not. I want him to be terrified and surprised when I come across
Okay.
him one day.
Sure. But yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mm.
Thanks for having my back.
Yeah, of course.
I saw you. Barely, but I saw you.
You had mine, so thought fair was fair. But then you turned massive, and I was like, well, that's a lot of back to have, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of fun, though. I don't think I would mind if you did it again.
What, had your back?
No. Turn
giant.
me into a... Yeah.
Well, I had literally nothing to do with that, but...
Yeah. That was cool.
Cool. Cool. When we do set up camp for the night, I have a question for you.
Sure.
But it would probably need to be when we are getting ready to, like, sit down, because I imagine it would take a little concentration.
Would you want to do it on watch or at dinner with the rest?
Probably not on watch. We should stay vigilant on watch, but
Okay.
you can root in the brain cells, yes?
Yes, a little bit.
Might need a little digging.
Okay. Anything in particular? We can talk about it later.
Yeah, I have a lot of unknowns. Maybe you can help. I don't know. It could be a stupid idea, but I thought doesn't hurt to ask. I'm learning this to be true. If I want information, it doesn't hurt to ask.
We could try, yeah. Sure.
Cool.
And I kind of nod over to Bear and Glade.
Listen, I'm not encouraging it. He is both a child and an old man, but they seem to communicate well with each other. And I like that he is someone he can talk to, because, you know, he and I end up yelling at each other every time we talk. So, it's like, you know,
No, I think they hit it off pretty good.
yeah. Just, yeah.
I'm not exactly great at handling those sort of situations, so.
Really, you're very good at calling them out.
Yes.
like you have an uncanny ability to call out things that have gone silent for months.
Maybe good at calling out. I'm not exactly great at handling the aftermath.
I mean, if you've seen any of us, none of us are good at handling the aftermath.
I think
Or the in-math. Really, math in general is not something we are at all good at. Except me. I know what our finances look like.
Oh, yeah. But I feel like if anybody could handle it, it would be Bear, right? With her right now.
Bear is going to do his best. And really, that is all you can ever ask.
I mean, you seem to have faith in him. You gave him the tea.
I did. But I also like to stir the pot a little bit every once in a while. I did with Valen too, just a little bit. When we had our friend in the Carandia.
Oh.
I wasn't quite as pushy as some people that we knew, but, you know. I let fate have a little bit of a nudge, you know? Why wait for things when you can make them happen? Like, sometimes I try to push Stoic straight off a cliff, and maybe then he'll notice me, but unfortunately, it doesn't work so well with my own shit. It just works better with other people's shit.
Have you checked on him since?
No, I've been afraid to.
Why?
I died, and he couldn't do anything about it. And I don't know if that weighs on him. I also know that he is probably feeling a lot of things, knowing that someone has, in essence, put themselves into perpetual suffering for him. And I don't know, I don't want to make that worse. I'm gonna say the wrong thing, and I'll make him mad, or I'll be an asshole, or I'll be too cute, or I'll be too raunchy, or I'll do something that'll just ruin the mood in the moment, and then, I don't know, I'll make it worse.
You know, I couldn't have been able to do what I did without Stoic, right?
Technically without me, because I was the one who gave him the money so that he could buy the diamond. So, but I know what you mean. See, this is why I would ruin it. I would ruin it. This is what I say, because I say what the inside thoughts are on the outside.
Yeah, well,
I'm still very grateful for what you did.
yeah. I thought about talking to him. Just, I don't know. I feel like it is a lot of weight to bear. And
Yeah, I was talking to Balin about it when the witch told me about my mother. I didn't realize it's been so heavy since. Because she sacrificed herself for me, I guess. At least to my understanding of it. Obviously it was all a riddle, but I've had two people basically sacrifice everything. And it's a weird feeling because it's like you feel like you owe them that to live and to be good, but you don't think you deserve it. So it's like, why was I saved? Why weren't they? Why couldn't the roles have been reversed?
sounds like if anybody can understand what Stoic's going through, it would be you.
I think the only thing that is stopping me is that I was once given that choice for him to sacrifice my soul for his, and I said no, and I felt very guilty about that. Problem is, if I had been asked again, I think I still would have said the same thing. And that makes me feel bad. That a stranger would sacrifice themselves for him, but someone who supposedly loves him won't.
Neither of those, you know, you sacrificing yourself for him and this being sacrificing himself for him, neither of it seems fair, you know. I don't know that you should feel guilty. And I certainly wouldn't want him to feel guilty. I don't know what I would feel on the outside, or I told Easy that I felt like I shouldn't have even been in the room.
Why?
Because, I don't know, what happened in there was something so foreign to me. I don't know, like, to care about, I mean, you said, like, a stranger, to care about, and I even asked Easy, I said, surely you knew him pretty well, and he said no.
Not really, no. I saw him one time, huddled. He barely said words to any of us.
Just how it felt good. And to be in a space like that, or in the presence of a being like that, just felt wrong for me to be there. Just because I know me, you know.
I mean, I know me. I'm surprised that everything didn't burn into hellfire for me standing there.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know.
But maybe that's why we were there. To bear witness to something so foreign to us.
I don't think I've ever felt so scared, but attracted to something at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know where I was going with that, but
I don't mean to pry. I know what it is to hold things close to the vest, but Blood is something that you are familiar with, yes?
She didn't say anything, she just kind of...
Not just your own, but others.
What do you want to know?
You have the look of someone who has done something that has eaten away at them, little by little. It's the look I had the day that I met the boys.
Everyone's got something, right? Some things.
Sure, everyone does.
Yeah.
But I'm asking about yours.
Remember when I first met you?
Huh?
I think it was maybe our first, maybe second conversation. And you threatened to hurt me, do very bad things to me if I shared what the witch told when we were sitting together with her.
I will admit I'm not very good at handling secrets.
And you may prove me wrong, but you've yet to go through with that.
Don't worry, I have far more blades than you can see.
But there was a time when I didn't think twice to follow through on something like that.
Same.
Just because it was expected of me.
Did you ever enjoy it, or is it just obligation?
I wish I could say that I didn't. But I think I maybe just took a little too much pride in my work.
Mine was never out of obligation. It was always out of pleasure.
I don't want to feel that way anymore.
Me neither.
No matter who it is. You know?
It was just interesting because when your magic weapon showed up, it was a dagger, a knife. I know those well. It's a very intimate weapon.
Yeah. I think that's why I just need to keep my distance, you know?
That's why I've been using arrows. Keep me further away. Partly because I'm a weak little thing and you hit me twice and I'm dead, as you know. But keeps distance away from the blood, from the death. I mean everything, but I am nosy like that. But I also appreciate that you trust me with what you have given thus far. As vague as it is.
Well, you say the same. I mean, thanks for trusting me to bring
Raise
you
me from
back,
the
I
dead.
guess. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't exactly have a choice in who was going to be doing it, but I appreciate that you did it. You didn't have
No.
to.
Yes.
And more importantly, I understand it is not yet inherent to your being. It is still a new discovery.
Yeah.
So I imagine that was quite terrifying too.
Never done anything like that before. I didn't actually know if it would work.
I'm glad it did. Otherwise, I don't know who I would have been standing in front of. Well, I don't think I want to use the word. What I think he is.
The man you saw?
He used the word to describe me, which means that there is a word that describes him. He called me daughter. The responding word would be father.
You saw him before.
This is my second time.
Only when you're gone. Did you see his face?
Just part of it, the profile. Striking man.
Did you say anything?
I didn't have the chance. The world got yanked back into my body. I don't know if he is good or bad.
Did you talk to Glaive about it? I feel like she knows more about this stuff than I do.
No, but I don't know if that is where I was. I have a strong feeling that the goddess of death was not part of it. He seemed to be something else entirely. I don't know. I don't want to dwell too much about it because if he is not good, if he is fire, and my mother was shadow, then bad things are coming for me. Tarak was only the beginning. And I don't like that feeling. So I'd rather worry about other people.
Well, let's start getting you guys to Lirindil.
I haven't even thought about actually why we are there. We haven't even actually done the thing that we were originally designed to do. We kept getting sidetracked. Too many things have happened. There is still trouble ahead.
I'll follow your lead.
That is a dangerous place to be. I am an agent of chaos.
I trust you.
Someone, at least someone does. I get to trust myself. Alright, we talked too long.
After you take that big breath, she'll give you a hug.
Sir immediately, listen, she's starved for touch. She immediately hugs her back.
And when you squeeze back, she'll kind of like, she'll retract well, after the hug is done, not like prematurely or whatever. Oh, sorry about not cuddling the other night.
No, it's okay, I understand.
I
It's
was
just-
honestly, I thought Glaive would go for it, and she didn't, and then I just felt bad.
Okay.
You were in the room with the wrong two people.
Yeah, no, I understand. It is something that is still foreign to me, that you don't just sleep in piles. So in the desert, you sleep in a pile, even though, because it's very cold at night. So one, you're all trying to keep warm. You do not burn any fires out in the deep desert. You don't want people, you're drawing attention. But also, when you are little and you are in the streets, people will grab you. And if you wrap your tail to the one next to you, you always feel when the tension gets pulled. So you wake each other up. And if you can't save the one, then at least they saved you, and you can run. so I don't know. It feels weird not to do sleep like that.
Yeah.
To not have somebody to
Sorry, but
latch onto.
yeah.
That's why I end up sleeping with Fallon so much.
Yeah,
He seems to be the only one who is willing to cuddle me. Well, granted, I never actually asked anyone else to cuddle with me.
Oh no, not anyone else in the party?
Bear is
Sure.
massive, and I am so afraid he's gonna roll on me and crush me in the night.
That's not actually who I was thinking of.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna sleep with Easy. That's weird.
No.
Oh, you mean, I know who you mean. The problem is that I don't know if we'd be able to even, like, be in proximity to each other without one of us dying.
I'll keep that in mind.
So it's valid by default.
Yeah, it's basically order of operations. There was only one. And it's weird that it's... I realize I'm being a bit not kind to the human race when I say that it's weird that it's a human, but stranger things have happened, I guess.
I'm doing it. When I mentioned her and Stoic snuggling, I'm gonna cast Read Thoughts on the Sarah.
Oh yes! Oh. Here we go.
Okay.
It's
So you get surface level? Is that what I'd save?
you make a
No,
save.
it's a save.
What is my save?
Wisdom 16.
I'm probably failed that one.
Love your meddlingness.
What I need to beat it was no. I only rolled a 13.
Okay.
Oh.
I read your surface thoughts.
Surprisingly, not as debaucherous as you would think.
I didn't think about that. Maybe that was a bad idea.
When you mention cuddling with Stoic, it's not so much something that you see, it's something that, like, you feel. And it is the feeling of, like, sand around the middle of the day, so it's really hot to the touch, on, like, hands. Like, someone's hands are, like, underneath, and you feel, like, the heat that's trapped around the sand on one hand, and then the other hand you feel like cool water.
Okay.
And you feel those two hands, like, come together and, like, hold on. And you see a glimpse of green eyes.
Are your eyes green?
No.
Are his green?
No.
Okay.
And you hear, like, a soft laugh, like a giggle. And then you see curly dark hair, which is his hair. And then you see pink skin, and then you see gray skin. And then you see purple flowers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noise.
Yeah. Asura lives in metaphor. Like, her whole brain is a metaphor. And it is a you can see that it's like fantasy. That she kind of lives in this like fantasy scape in her head.
So Noah doesn't miss a beat. Like you don't pick up that she's picking up on stuff.
But that is like what you get, just like you get about a lot of tactile sensation and visual imagery.
Okay.
You can ask about it if you want to, but that's what you got.
No, we're talking about who to snuggle with.
Mm-hmm.
And then she mentions Stoic. She says, anyways, you should talk to him. And she casts suggestion on you.
Oh man, you brought a bigger stick to this shit pot. Yeah.
Cleric, huh?
You already failed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I should. Should I do it right now? Or should I wait till later? I mean, I guess I should do it now, but
Whenever you
I
think
really
it's
should.
best, but
I really should talk to him.
maybe sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate you talking with me. Sarah just kind of has this like slightly glazed look on her face.
I just want you guys to know, every time I do that, I'm wrestling with it, okay? It's not an easy decision, okay?
Let it rip.
I'm like, just do it.
Let it rip.
It's certainly easy to watch.
And I just immediately walk over to the store.
As an interesting side note, before you do that, as you guys were talking, at some point, as you're just kind of oddly looking around as you talk and everything like that, and you see Aziri and Bear sitting off in the distance. And at one point, you see Aziri scoot over and just kind of lean her head on his shoulder.
Did she have to stand up? Did she have to stand up to do that?
Yeah, that's
It's really like on his like
elbow.
bicep, basically, but yeah.
Yeah, she stands up to put her.
I'll lean down, let her
Oh. Do you lean your head on hers?
I mean, I will
It's
call...
important.
Burying people. I've been burying people with snow.
A lot of fan art tonight.
I want it so bad.
I will call White Claw over. So like, she's on my left arm. It's like with my right arm, I'm like rubbing White Claw. She leans down, kind of motioning White Claw to like complete the circle,
Aww.
and then like not head on head, but just kind of I'll lean into it a little bit.
Oh, so cute. Sarah walks with a confidence you have never seen in her. When it comes to walking right up to you and like, hey Stoic, do you want to talk?
Deer the headlights.
Yeah.
It says to
No.
follow.
Well, there we go.
I've been compelled, so I'm like, part of my brain is like, that's not the answer that is acceptable because I'm supposed to talk to you. I don't know how the spell works. Like, if I get denied the thing that I'm supposed to do, what happens to me?
So they suggest a course of activity. You pursue the course of action described to the best of your ability.
Cool, so long as it's the best of my ability. Okay. Do you want to talk later?
I don't know. It's not like a no, like I don't want to talk to you. It's a no, like you're acting weird, and you just came up and asked me something. I'm like, no.
I felt... I was talking to Zenoa, and she was like, well, have you talked to Stoic? And I was like, I know. And she's like, you should probably talk to him. And I was like, you're right, they should talk to him. And so I came up here to talk to you.
Okay. How are you feeling?
Alive. Weird. Tired.
You're not like in love with her now, are you?
No.
Okay, because you get a little weird when somebody brings you back. I've noticed.
Well, I've only been brought back once, now twice. So there's not really a pattern yet to follow.
No, but it also makes my assumption 100% accurate.
What assumption?
That you act weird after you're brought back.
Well, dying does have that effect on people.
It does. So, but you're okay.
I guess so. I'm still kind of confused.
Just about being brought back, or?
Just what I saw while I was gone.
What did you see?
Same thing I saw last time. But I saw more of the man this time. And he said that he was getting closer.
Does it feel more like a dream, or does it feel like a real place?
Both and neither. It feels perfect and completely unsettling. And familiar and strange and real and fantasy all at the same time.
That's pretty much how I felt the entire time in that mountain. So, I think I understand.
I don't know who he is. And that makes me more unsettled. And scared. I don't know if he's good or bad. I don't know if he's lying or telling the truth. I don't know if I should be worried, if I should be relieved.
You know, part of me wishes there was a way that we could, don't take this the wrong way, but like, kind of kill you but not kill you, just to kind of put you in that headspace so we could get more answers for you. But
I'm really happy to know I can't read my mind.
but I don't exactly know if that's possible. Like, I know Zenoa can read emotions. I don't know if she has maybe abilities that could help.
I will say this with all of the love that I am sure is meant by this statement. I don't want to be anywhere near that level of not alive.
I don't mean like not alive. I just mean
Sure.
obviously you're going somewhere in your head or outside of your body. I don't know where you're going. But
What
you've
I'm
gone there
saying is I
twice.
don't want to go there. Not until I know what it is I'm going towards. Because what if I get stuck there?
But how are you going to know what it is? How are you going to get information if you can't go there at will?
Well, how does anyone get any information? You find people who know shit. And certainly I'm not afraid of going to the source for some things, but for this one, I think I need a better understanding of what it is happening to me when I'm gone, to know for certain if it is safe for me to go there voluntarily. But certainly the first 2 times has not been voluntary.
Well, I mean, I guess I do have a tendency to plunge headfirst into things I don't understand. So it's probably wise to not do that.
Yeah. I don't know when I started getting so cautious, but a lot less willing to jump these days.
I just hope we can find answers for you. I was honestly hoping that we could get more answers out of Turok than we did. To figure out who it is exactly that's after you, and if they're after you specifically, or if they're just after tieflings. I don't know.
I was kind of afraid to find out.
Well, you don't need to be afraid. We're not going to let anything happen to you.
I mean, that was a significant amount of gold. I think I'm worth more, but...
Strikes all the confidence.
But that is not why I came up to talk to you. How are you?
I'm good. I feel good. I feel better than I have in a long time. But with that also comes a great sense of weight.
It's heavy.
Yeah. But I'm trying. I feel like this didn't turn out in the way that I was hoping, and I feel like I owe a great debt, but to repay that debt, the only thing I can do is smile and just try to live a life that I think he would be proud of. I mean, he gave his life for me with a smile on his face, and I hadn't seen him smile ever. I know I didn't know him long, but I just feel like he would be disappointed if I didn't make the best of his sacrifice. And I feel it would be to taint his memory if I dwelled on it in sadness. And so, and you see Stoic like try to give like the best smile he can, and it's just very, very wrong.
It's a good thing you have facial hair.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Kind of masks a little bit of that grimace.
I'm working on it.
Yeah. Takes some practice.
Yeah.
It's funny, I can smile easy, but I don't find much joy in it most of the time.
Well, maybe we can both try a little bit.
To find joy?
Yeah. I think it's a goal that's worthy of others' sacrifices. Because I know that if for the longest time, I was willing to lay down my life, and still am for you guys, but it would break my heart if I gave myself up, and all it gave you was a life of sadness. So I'm gonna try.
Well, I can't be the only one then. I'll try to. You can rest your burden every once in a while.
Yeah. I'm feeling really awkward. I'm gonna look around, and I'm probably gonna see Bear with Glade. What's Valen doing?
Stand there awkwardly.
I just imagine you and Easy just like, what is happening?
But like, where are you guys? Where are you?
I'm probably like getting the horses ready again, because I think they kind of like darted off during battle and just kind of gathering everything, getting ready to go, getting everything prepped again.
Yeah, I would have grouped up with him and Easy probably too. Do our own thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and bring as many smiles as I can, and I'm gonna snowball that bitch.
Him?
Yes! Because I don't want to ruin Bear's moment. I'm not that much of an ass. I'm going to reach down and I'm going to snowball. And I'm going to look around, and if Valen is just standing by the horses,
Amazing.
feeding them up and getting them ready, that's
I'm going to
yes.
deflect missiles.
Catches it
100%,
behind
yeah.
his head.
Well, let's do a stealth check from you
Oh, no!
to see if he sees it.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Come on, come on.
That is a nat one. I won't even look at what my items are. That's a nat one.
So roll an attack roll.
Oh.
This is fantastic.
Well, that's a 19. I don't know what my adder is.
So he's going to roll
There
his
is one.
damage, and then I roll my d10 and add 12 to it, and if I reduce it all, I catch it.
Because do you add anything to
A snowball?
unarmed attack? Like, does it get?
I mean, there's
proficiency?
going to be
maybe?
damage for a snowball.
So can I just? I mean, I do have to spend a key
Yeah.
point. Can I just catch it?
Yeah.
Okay, because he rolled a 1
If
on
you
his
spend a
stealth.
key point, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You catch the snowball.
I technically have to do it anyway. So yeah, I catch it, and
So as you do,
Just like-
as you see this motion very
Yeah.
clearly out of the corner of your eye, and you turn and catch it, it just explodes in your hand. And, a little snow on you, but not too much.
You watch Asura literally like drop and start like laughing like hysterically.
Yeah, all you see was like,
then I reach down, pick up the snowball, and launch it back.
An attack.
What am I adding to this?
see, I don't know either.
I think this would be just strength. We'll just say strength.
Strength. Oh no, it's a straight 12.
That is not it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're able to dodge out of the way pretty easily.
Yeah.
I refuse. I just take it.
So you just stand there and
Yep. And you
on his
just
chest.
a smirk and
Yeah, like I won't rev it up. I'm just like,
yeah.
that's good. Okay.
That was good.
Yep.
That was really good.
New leaf and whatnot. Well, I think we better get out of the snow. I know you can't be warm.
No, I'm freezing. My tail, I'm pretty sure, is just going to fall off at some point. I hate everything about this weather.
Yeah, well, maybe we can find answers in this fort, huh? And I'll go rejoin those guys and leave them alone. But try and
I
About
do.
this commotion, Ziri does kind of notice and everything like that, and kind of seeing that you're gathering all the stuff and everything like that, she stands up and
Follows suit.
starts to make her way back over.
I just walk over and see you have like two giant water stains on your shirts.
Okay. Oh, all right. That's fine. Yeah. All right. Let's get ready. Just, no one's saying.
we didn't want to disturb you.
Yeah. Disturb me from what?
Let's get on the road, shall we?
There can only be one Valen in this group.
I do go up to Glaive and I just
Folly.
pat her arm. Just give her a soft smile.
I am okay.
Let us know if that changes.
She just nods and mounts up.
Alrighty. We're heading back.
On to so what are we? We're gonna pretend to be part of a group.
To get into the fort, like we're going.
I think I have a persona. If you trust me to try it, I don't know how successful it will be. Stoic, I'm going to need your help.
Okay.
Need a little extra deception.
I mean,
It's going to be dangerous to walk in, but the problem is that most of you have introduced yourselves as yourselves.
right?
So you'll have to I can't disguise all of you.
I mean, I kind of wouldn't want you to. I want to be me anyway.
But I think if Stoic and I go in under their persona and we hire the rest of you as you are, as
Okay.
we met on the road and
Okay. Okay.
I'm good with that.
Sure.
I grab your hand, assuredly. Would you be so kind as to do my makeup again?
absolutely. However, before we go into the town, I'm going to need a little bit of time to get physically ready for the transformation. I will be different when you see me on the other side.
Should we go ahead and do that now? I don't know how far we are away.
I think we still have to camp. We still have a night to camp before we actually make it back.
I thought we were like
Because we had to camp on the way out, right? Or no?
Let's see. Yeah, honestly, I lost track of time.
I was under the impression we still had one more camping before we
I
got
think
back.
so.
right.
I thought we could have made it in the same day.
Traveled from the Celestarium. Yeah, you do have to travel one more time because you camped like right outside of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there was like one night of camping between Fort Relica and the Celestarium.
Gotcha.
So
Because then we can camp and then we can wake up super early to hit a caravan coming into
Oh,
town.
that's right.
Okay.
But we're not going to caravan anymore. You're going to be the caravan. Are we?
I mean, I'm just literally just going to latch to the back end of a caravan, and if anybody asks, we were on that caravan.
Okay.
Because it didn't seem like when we walked into town, anyone was super worried about like which caravan you came in on. It was just what is your business for being here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, if we just kind of latch to the tail end of a caravan on its way into town, it seemed like they're not paying us, they're not worried about anything like that. We're just another set of bodies that can be there.
Beneficial from we provide them with security, and they kind of provide us with security in a sense. Okay.
Because I think it looks a little weirder if we don't show up with a caravan.
Yes.
Okay. I will be a traveling merchant, specializing in tea, but interested in diversifying the portfolio because I know a distributor back in Carandia and I'm looking to expand outside of the East Coast.
So business has been good.
It's been moderate, but the right time has come.
Wait.
Look at expanding.
Wait, so I know they know me, but I thought they met Stoic as well.
That's why Stoic won't look like Stoic when he walks into town.
Oh, have they met Asura?
No,
So you can be Asura.
no, I'm not going to be a. They've never met a Sura, and I'm not going to be a Sura when I walk into town.
Alright.
And who do you need me to be?
How do you feel about the partnership?
What do you mean?
Well, I am not in business unto myself.
You already spent the time.
I'm more like, what's my role?
Partner.
Okay. Am I rich? Am I poor? Am I
We are moderate,
moderate?
but we are working our way up. We are eager to grow and develop as business
It's
owners.
a businessman.
You're a businessman. And my husband.
I think I can do this.
My husband?
He's ignoring you. He's deep in thought, and I will cast Disguise Self, and you will slowly see Stoic's hair turn from its curly black into like a blonde, and his beard fades away and his face becomes human with no blemishes whatsoever. There's a little mole right here, and a little twinkle in his blue eyes, and he's like, "You can call me Chip Swordlong."
And all the dishes turn back into servants.
Yeah. No, I'm more thinking like. So like Lord Sparkwad.
Oh god.
Before you zoom out.
When he still has the aesthetic of being a giant, looming
like
individual.
handsome man, and then like
Chip.
but he just holds that.
You have the
Chip.
chin as well. Like,
Oh yeah, there's a big butt chin and no facial hair and a twinkle and a beauty mark.
Oh, that's
long locks of golden hair.
Strictly business partner. We are just business partners.
Yeah.
Just business partners.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, I hate everything about what you look like right now.
You did that on purpose.
Yeah. He made himself very not attractive.
But charming.
No.
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 You remove the C from your
Him Swordlong.
What about the voice? I feel like it should be a little bit different.
Describe to me what it needs to sound like.
A bit more higher, a little bit more. Huh?
Or better yet, whose voice should it be?
Ooh. Remember that man that we met in the Great Hall, the one that you skimmed the money out of?
Oh, the big, rich
The rich
Duke
mother-
guy.
It's
Yes.
The stupid one that you got money from.
Yes.
You should sound more like that. A little bit.
This guy? And like instantly changed to look exactly like him.
Yes, but don't look exactly like him, because what if he is known around here?
And I change back. But I can mimic his voice perfectly. And do so.
Oh, that is super creepy.
I don't
But
remember.
kind of
I don't remember what he
perfect.
sounds like, but Stoic does. Because
He had a British accent.
Well, he sounds a bit suave and confident. You know, like
yes.
he's always got it together, you know. he's always a little bit amused by what's happening.
I hate it.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Will
Yes.
this do?
It'll be something. Yes, that would work perfectly.
Wait, I know what I need.
Oh God.
And I pour some tea.
Oh God. Oh God, why? Why, dear God in heaven, did I even ask?
I feel like we're
We're
spiraling.
We're tea merchants.
But onto like a good idea, right?
Yes, we are
We're-
tea
We're getting
merchants.
there.
We're getting somewhere.
Oh God, dear in heaven. Yes, and I am a tea merchant, and I will bring up my notes where I have my aliases.
I mean, I thought you nailed it.
I can do this.
It's still really weird to hear you speak.
Well, come tomorrow, you will meet. So I, Mizea Brevis, tea merchant.
Isaiah.
Mazeus.
Mazeus.
Mazeus Brevis, tea merchant.
You found Stoic's kryptonite?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
Which accent?
No, just names.
Oh yes.
How do you spell it?
Mazeis.
Oh, S.
Like maze is brevis. Brevis.
Mazes.
Like maze is brevis. Mazeus brevis. Tea merchant.
And Chip Sorball.
We're Val and Easy Bear and Moonshark. You just hired us.
Right, you're Moonshark. Thank you.
Moonshark.
Moonshark. Moonshark.
Because all the rest
once
of
she
you
gets the makeup
introduced,
going.
because all the rest of you introduced yourselves as yourselves.
Yep.
Glaive, when you walked into town, who did you introduce yourself as? The first time.
Glaive.
Then you will continue to be Glaive.
Glaive.
Did you just say that you were part of the traveling sword for hire?
Mm-hmm.
Glaive sword. You said that you were Moonshard, and what did you say you were there for? Originally.
Just with the caravan?
Just sword
Yeah.
for hire. Bear, what did you say you were?
I'm Bear.
Sure, yes.
And I told them.
Don't tell me you told them you were a Silver Flame.
No. I did not. I didn't tell them. Yeah, who I was. I think I just told them I was there for a few days. I think I was with a caravan. I can't remember what I said with the caravan, but I just told them I was there for a day or two.
Okay, we will be dangerous and specific with that one. And then you gave a little bit too much information because you tried to figure out how to stay in town, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I didn't give them a lot of information, but I had said that I was there, traveling, visiting, not really anything specific. But I will definitely use this one as I'm traveling with a caravan.
Basically, when we walk in the door, you all are still just swords for hire for caravans. You don't give any more details than that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say anything about any jobs or anything you're going to do inside the town. Just say, sword for hire, probably going to stay a day or two, pick up another caravan, do the same thing again. You and I are traveling merchants coming into town, and that way when we get into town, we can meet and hire these individuals.
We're not going to try and keep them as. We're not going to show up with them as our
I mean, we'll be
personal
part of
guard.
not personal guard on the way in.
Oh, we're not traveling together?
Not directly. We will have met on the caravan on the way in.
We will have.
So are they now our guards?
Not officially yet. We haven't officially hired them.
So I should not know your names tomorrow.
You can know our names. We've been traveling together in the sense that like we've been on caravans together.
Okay, but you're not my boss yet.
Not yet.
Why?
Not officially.
Why wouldn't we hire them?
We're about to walk into an unknown country, and we have money. Why would we not hire people to protect us?
You're right. Why wouldn't we have done that before we got to town?
Fair, valid. Okay, then we decided when we got to town. So we've only just hired them like the night before.
Yeah.
They were part of the caravan. We got on well together.
Okay.
We sat and had tea and
Okay.
talked about life, and we liked them. They seemed like fun people, and we decided, hey,
Okay.
why not hire them?
All right.
I like that more.
I'm going to have to be a little bit conspicuous with our purse. Fuck. you just see us sort of just like trying to like mental math our money. Just like how much can I actually put in a public purse that someone could see? I'm not putting all of our money in one purse. That is the dumbest idea. Okay, math. All right. We're going to do this. It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. It's going to be good. Chip sword long. Feels gross to say in the mouth. Doesn't matter which accent you use. It is terrible.
Ah, mazes. This is fine. We're going to be great.
Mazeus.
Moses.
Mazeus.
Moses.
I will punch you in the mouth.
Moses.
See? Oui. Bien.
So with an A. Moses.
Yes.
With an A and a Z. Okay.
Put 2 dashes.
Right.
Just squiggly marks over the A's.
No.
It is a very old tiefling name. I would like to point out that Mazeus is like Mildred. Like it is like old lady name. Like
Esther.
yeah, it is an Esther. It is
Can
like
I call you Esther?
It's like the Esther of like
Agatha.
yeah, it's like the Esther of like
These are much better
yeah,
names.
of like Alroccan names. Of like Alroccan names, Mazeus is definitely like the old grandma lady names.
Mazeus.
Mazeus.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Right.
I really don't want to do this. But will you teach me about tea?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, you could just be the money. You don't have to know anything about the actual the actual content.
That's a
Which
brilliant idea.
makes it even funnier. You're just like, I just invested. Absolutely not.
But I'm the money. It's going to look weird.
You're the investor.
Huh? So I should have money.
I mean, that only tracks in my mind. I feel like you should carry the money.
To be honest, I don't know how we let the thief be the money bag anyway.
Because I'm very good at making sure no one steals our shit.
That's not true.
Spiraling.
Listen,
This conversation
it was a
long
tree
time coming.
that stole my money.
You're not. I mean, how does that make it any better?
Because it was a magic tree.
You got robbed by a tree.
It was the tree embodiment of the god of thievery.
Yeah. You know what the tree did to me? He gave me a pine needle.
Not that one.
Why did you talk to that
That
one?
was a completely different
Yeah,
tree.
I
I didn't
told
talk
you.
to that one either. It was all smoky. It was like, hey, come here. And I was like, bitch, no. Stole my money. And I went to that thieves guild to help you all out.
And you got robbed again, right?
Well, I went to a thieves guild. What do you think was going to happen? I got my sword. I got my knife back at least. Not my
Hold on.
pride or my money, but I got my knife.
You could hold on to the money for a day, at least until we get in, right?
No. So no, it's not that I don't trust you. I love the weight of money on my person so much that to have less weight of money on me really feels like I am walking around naked. Not that I mind that, frankly. I think
Very
more,
wise.
more people should be nude in general, but
Just like looking at it. The smiling, I don't know, it's
There's a
unsettling.
twinkle. There's a twinkle.
Nope. Nope.
don't like any of it. Okay. Alright.
Okay.
Saddle up and
Mazeus.
Right plan.
Chip. Moonshard.
I figured this was happening while we were riding.
Oh no, we're like camping, right?
Well, we haven't.
We're
You
riding.
said you left.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still standing there.
We're going. Let's go.
Yeah, I figured this
Yeehaw,
was
giddy
on
up,
the
giddy
ride
up.
to our next campsite.
Okay, well, we're
Okay.
giddied up. We're giddied up now.
Gideon and we're up.
Yeah.
All right. So, you guys mount up as you continue discussing and figuring out planning, continuing your way back through the Helterlands. Eventually, exiting the world thorns and back out into the, at least in this part, is just wide plains of the Helterlands. making your way through the snow as there's occasional flurries of snow that happen, but nothing major. As you make your way, and eventually, let's see, after about 3/4 of the day, so probably late afternoon, you hit the area where you would cross, basically the path, the road that you were following crosses paths with the Silver Road again.
Okay, I thought we were on the Silver Road.
No, we
you
took the
you
detour.
took a
Well,
different
I thought
road.
we had made it back yet. I got you. Okay.
Easy. Could you do our little fun friend again to hide our tracks? And once we cut off the path, I start walking the wrong direction.
Okay.
And I want to get like maybe half an hour of walking that direction before he casts it, and then we can turn around and start heading back the other direction. So if that guy was to ever track our footsteps again, he would track us down in the wrong direction.
Would you let one get away?
Okay.
I'm doing the best I can. I can't guarantee that that's what would happen, but we can at least try.
Just double checking.
What, pass without a trace, right?
Yeah. Would he be able to do it? We did basically take a short break. I don't know if that.
All right, so you guys are moving down to the intersection. Then you two are going back and then coming back.
I'm getting everyone to walk with me the wrong direction, so not towards Lirindil, away from Lirindil.
Okay.
To basically, if anyone was to track our footsteps, I don't know if they could, but if they tried to, they would see us hit this intersection
go
and
left
boom
instead
away
of
from
right.
Lirindil.
Okay.
Because the only person that's still alive at this point is
Yeah.
that rogue.
Well, we only have an hour of Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
So-
what she said, half an hour.
But that would only bring us back to...
Yes,
Starting
but in the Pass Without a Trace, what we've done is we've created a solid set of footsteps heading
away
away.
from the road.
We can go
Right,
15.
right, but you're
we can
gonna...
go 15
I'm about to say,
minutes
you're
and
going to create
45
two
that way.
different...
Exactly. But we will look like part of caravan traffic on the way back. Like, we will have very specific footprints that are ours going one way, and then we will head back, and by the time it undoes itself, we've created like so many confusing sets of footprints. You don't.
What he's saying is you came down to the intersection, which leaves one set of tracks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then you go back, leaving a second set of tracks backwards, cast it again, which would cover your return tracks, but that first initial set would still...
No, so I was saying we get to the crossroads, we just start heading away from Lirindil, like back like
I'm just saying do that for 15 minutes.
Okay, so 15 minutes and then
come
45
back,
and
and
then,
then we'll
and
have,
then
we'll have
so
30...
then there'll be 30 minutes
yeah,
of
so it's
not being tracked
it's
back
one
and
wrong
across.
track.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So basically you get 15 minutes of us going this way, 15 minutes of us
It's
walking.
worth noting that the Silver Road itself is very well trafficked.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm
There's
just
quite
listen.
a bit of...
We have now met a very competent hunter. I don't trust anybody anymore when it comes to the ability to track in like
Yeah.
what should be not trackable terrain.
Okay.
I'm fine to walk a few minutes.
Yeah, just like a few minutes, like 10, 15 minutes, just
Yeah.
so that it gives the like if someone were to like walk our direct path in like the next 15 minutes, they would see
You would take them
turn.
the wrong way.
Yeah, they would immediately see it, and then it would get mushed in with everything else, and they'd probably just keep going that way because that's where they see the turn happen.
Okay.
I would say
It's a sort of paranoia kicking in, is
no,
what it is.
let's try it. Might as well...
And so like just like 10, 15 minutes that way, pass that trace, and that gives us an hour. Like it gives us that hour of space heading back to Lirindil where no one is tracking. No one can see us turning around.
I would say lucky. I don't know about competent.
We're gonna do our best. Okay, that's a sir. And then we can camp.
Okay. All right. For the sake of, so you're camping near the intersection.
No, we'll start heading about an hour down the road, and we'll find like a
Toward
space.
Fort Relica?
Yeah, and then
Okay.
we'll find like a place to like stop off, like those grove areas, like we did before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would we be able to kind of find the same spot we camped the last time?
That was up near the World Thorns, like right as you were...
I thought we camped on the right off the Silver Road the first time.
That first night, and then we got on
Because
the
it took us
World Thorns the next morning.
because we started later in the day. I thought
Maybe
we
it
could
is
get
a
to the
longer than I
World
thought to
Thorns
get
in the
there.
first day.
Yeah, we camped before we took the detour.
Yeah, it was on the northern branch, so to speak. as you were getting closer to the world.
Because we left at midday.
Yeah.
You had
That's
found
right.
a patch of trees that up in that area was happening. This area is pretty flat. Like this area, like right as you head into the world, like towards Fort Relica, is just plains.
Okay.
No, I was pretty confident we slept on the
No, we did
silver
too.
We did,
on
and
the
there's-
actual road the
Because we
first night.
left it.
And
It
then
was
the
in a
next morning
grove,
is
yeah.
when we made it to the
And
crossroads
had
where we cast
things
past
fly
blood trace.
by.
Yeah.
I mean, from where we are right now, how far are we from
I thought that
Fort
was
Relica?
after you branched off. Because
No, we
the,
didn't branch off the next day.
No, because we left later in the day. We hadn't
Yeah.
quite got to the fort by the time it got dark. So we slept in a grove because that was when those creepy things flew over us. And then the next morning we got up, made it to the crossroads, cast past without a trace, and then we went up through the world thorns.
okay, make a survival check. We'll see.
Do you want me to help you?
Yeah, I'm sure. I can do that again. Okay. 17.
Plus 7 survival.
17.
What's your survival?
Okay. What I'll say is, you don't find the exact same place, but you do find a different, kind of smaller grove of trees. You know, probably a good 1,000 feet from the road.
Okay.
Like it's
It's off a little ways.
yeah, like to the north.
Okay.
So would we want to do that still with the pass without a trace going, or?
I want to do past without a trace when we get to the crossroads.
Okay.
You'd have to cast it again. It won't last an hour.
Okay.
We
I'm
can,
good with
well,
that.
if it's tomorrow, then it's tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Just so that when we actually leave that World Thorn path back onto the Silver Road, we get immediately mushed into all the other traffic, so that it's not a clear
Yeah.
us turning towards Lirindil again.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. All right. For the sake of speed, I'm going to have you guys do a group perception check for the watch for the night.
Perception. Do you need to roll for easy?
I'll roll for easy.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I can pull this. That one.
Oh
It checks.
That checks.
no! Yeah.
I'm gonna. Matter of fact, I'll pull up his character sheet just so I have it.
We've got an 11.
9.
4,
20.
15.
10. Easy got a 1.
Jesus.
We're so.
Oh man. So we definitely want to set up the your little.
I'm gonna set my jar by the door. I am gonna set my jar by the door.
Yeah.
Oh, your jar of announcement?
Yeah. It's my
Why
favorite
would
thing in
you
the whole
not?
world.
Wait till he finally lets me find a seed.
Do you know, you could have asked Asura.
No.
She does have seeds on her.
I don't want your seed.
Yes, you do.
So many dirty jokes there, then we'll leave him alone.
All right. So as you guys set up the tent again and settle in for another night, as you take your watch and various watches throughout the night, it does pass without incident. There are a couple moments where you think you might see movement on the road, the Silver Road, a ways away, but it's hard to tell for sure at this distance at nighttime.
I'd like to think with Easy's natural one, he startles himself. He sees on show.
He's over here like, I found your shadow. Oh, so never mind.
That's fine.
So, all right. So you guys continue on, and now, are you going to wait? Like when you get up in the morning, you're wanting to try to hook up with a caravan. Are you just going to wait there until one passes by?
Are we gonna try to latch one?
I was gonna say, like, we can basically start walking, like, real effing slow. So that, like, one can come up to us. Because obviously they're gonna be on, like, wagons and horses and stuff. And, like,
Yeah.
I can basically just walk my horse, like, as though, like, my horse got, like, hurt. And so we're slowed down right now.
Should probably all walk our horses.
Yeah. I will say, though, that,
Well, it's fairly common to take breaks of walking through the,
Yeah.
for the sake of the horses.
and, like,
too.
feeding and, yeah. In the evening, Asura preps all of her makeup and clothing. Because the next morning, you see her skin is like a dark orange. Her horns are also orange, but they tip into like a navy blue. Her hair is like very curly, and it's orange with blue on the ends, and her tail has the same like orange with blue on the end. That scarf she got in town is like wrapped up around her. She's like donned more like traveling clothes, and you can see like you can't see a single dagger except for like one really obvious dagger in her boot. Like you can't see where any of her other stuff is. And she looks very like vibrant, and her eyes are like this really interesting like red, but it has like flecks of like pinkish gold like traveled inside of it, but it's very bright. She looks very bright. But she's a tiefling. She's not hiding her tieflingness. It's just the coloration looks completely different, and it's a much more like common color. Like you'll see a lot of like orangey red tieflings, especially where she lived. So like this is a much more common tonal color.
Bear.
Yeah.
I don't really have very many fancy clothes. And I think to pull this off, because I would rather not, I'd rather keep the illusion to a minimal and not make my clothes an illusion.
For sure.
May I borrow your hat?
You may, but please don't lose it or break it.
I promise.
Okay.
I promise.
Dig out my hat. Blow off the dust. Yep, there you go.
Refresh me about this hat again. Is it like a rounded, like what am I
Like
looking
a
at here?
floppy.
I had, when you initially said it, I had pictured like a round hat, maybe a little like tricorder-ish, you know?
A little piratey.
Little piratey,
Okay.
round, and definitely a feather sticking out of it.
Big
I thought
feather.
it was like a floppy beret looking thing.
Yeah, it was like a like with a band and like the floppy kind of like
Like a bard,
flops to the
very
side
bard.
like a noble
okay.
hat. Like that's the
And then
black
had like a little
velvet.
bit of like a thing on it.
Oh, that'll look good
Very
with the gold
dandelion.
locks coming out.
I'm having a hard time
Yeah.
picturing this. I take your word for it.
It's basically a big floppy
Do we know
beret.
dandelion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What's your
It's
It's like a French beret.
baby boy?
A French
Gotcha.
beret.
I got
Yeah, but like big and floppy.
Oh, it's
Big and floppy.
It's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
go
Oh, dandelion from.
Which?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now you're catching
Yeah,
up.
that's exactly it.
Okay.
All right.
You look great. Ship.
All right, do you want your eye makeup?
Bring it on.
All right, I'm doing your eye makeup again.
Okay.
Do I have to roll for it?
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, if
What
it
am I
doesn't
doing?
work,
This is your
it's
disguise kit,
it
and you're
checks.
proficient in that.
I
right?
am.
So that'd be dexterity plus proficiency.
just more Joker makeup. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. So 9, and then what's going
Anybody can pull it
12.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd say it's definitely an improvement on the last time. It's definitely not the most precise or elegant makeup job ever done, for sure. It's a little sloppy, a little garish. You know, the colors don't quite blend perfectly and that sort of thing. But it's serviceable. It's just kind of looks a little bit amateur.
Oh, you blend.
Can I borrow the wig again? Is that okay?
Sure, yeah.
What color is it again?
It's like a black wig.
Short.
Yeah.
I know, but that's a mess in my head when he initially said it. I was like, is that
Yeah, I knew
really
the
how
picture
it
was
is?
there, yeah. So I kind of fluff it up again. Try to get a little bit like a nicer angle this time.
Okay.
It's not quite as like thrown on.
Okay. So as you guys start doing this, and you would have to stop to apply makeup, like you would be able to do that.
Yeah, I did it first thing in the morning before we left camp.
Yeah.
Like this was like
Okay.
I woke up early and because it takes a while because I still am wearing long sleeves and like I have those gloves that I bought. So like I'm doing my best to minimize the amount of actual like skin that is exposed to have to paint all of it. But I have enough skin exposed, like if I take my gloves off, my hands are orange. If I like rolled up my sleeves, like my forearms are orange. That way it doesn't look like I'm not undressing myself for like fear of being perceived as not what I am. But I certainly haven't like painted like my whole torso because I'm keeping a lot of clothing on.
Okay. Were you gonna say something?
No.
Okay.
You will notice though that I don't have the ruby ring on. Because that's the one that you gave me a long time ago.
All right. So you guys, you know, as you start as you do all that, and you make your way onto the Silver Road again, and start walking very slowly after you do your everything else. You know, after about 2 hours, you eventually do. You know, another caravan eventually does catch up to you. Roll a persuasion check, somebody.
I'm
That's gonna be
pretty good at it.
Yeah,
too.
I got a 5. My persuasion's not good. It's my deception.
Yeah, my deception is a plus
I'm
10.
also a 5.
I can guide you.
Yeah, guide me.
Okay.
So that's a
D4.
D4. Is it with advantage or just regular?
Yeah, I give you advantage since, you know.
Oh, well.
That's my persuasion.
Well, yeah.
Pretty good.
Okay, 13 plus 4, 17.
Okay.
17? Okay. He basically, after you meet the leader, who's a dwarf, you know, with a kind of very clean-cut beard, like kind of surprisingly well presented for a dwarf. He just kind of makes it clear, look, you can travel behind us, you know, like, you know, keep a little bit of a distance because we don't know you. We don't know who you are. You just showed up in the middle of nowhere on the Hinterlands or anything like that. We're okay with the idea of extra help, but you need to keep a distance and, you know, very hesitant, but you're welcome to travel with the group, more or less.
I tell them, thank you, and you will not hear from us. We will be behind you. We got your back.
Alright, so you guys more or less hook up with the caravan and eventually make your way, you know, making pretty good time. This caravan seems to move a little bit faster than the one you were a part of. And you do make decent time on the road, and it's thankfully the weather is not too bad today either, so that's not hindering you either. And so you reach Fort Relica late afternoon, starting to get into evening, but just late afternoon, like you'd probably guess 4 or 5 or so. And you're the only one who's saying something different, is that correct? As to who you were?
No, he and I both.
Yeah. You both are.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
How
not
long
doing
did we
that.
say
I'm
we-
traveling.
How long did we
actually
say
part of the
we
caravan
were
this
staying
time,
in town
and we'll
for?
be
Like
looking
2 or 4
forward to all that
days.
stuff.
So, if they ask us about like a pass or whatever, we would say we wouldn't need one, right? Because that's like.
Oh, we would need a new one. Is that what you're saying?
No, we're just saying that we're going to be around for a couple of days and we'll try to latch on with another caravan
Just-
because we have 3 days to stay
And
there.
latch
without
onto another caravan,
Just
leaving.
leaving. Yeah.
Okay.
Just let us do the talking. If we can get our help in
Okay.
with us, I think it would be better. If we can't, then we'll hire more when we get into the
But
city.
we also have to do
It took
these
us
interviews
individually,
separately.
yeah.
Yeah.
Then just say you're with us.
Yeah, you're just a hired
That's
sword
true.
for a
Sorry, we did
You're our
for a couple
protection.
merchants that you
Yeah.
they met in travel.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's say us and shit.
If they say you guys can't come in, but we can, then we'll just be like, well, we'll hire new ones.
Well, then I guess we'll go back to my neck of the woods and leave you behind. I don't care. It's fine.
It doesn't seem like getting in is super difficult so long as you're just like,
Yeah.
I'm hired to do some work.
Where are we from again?
You and I? Well, you're from Corondia.
Is that where we're saying we're from? Is Crondia?
I didn't know.
That's where
this
you're-
last time.
We met in Lessa. So I'm a tiefling. So I'm from Aldraca originally.
No shit, but we're merchants from where?
Lessa.
Lessa. Thank you.
Yes.
Like, where are we trying to establish
Lessa.
our trade route?
We
From
are-
Lessa.
we are from Lessa.
Okay.
Because that is where his warehouse is.
Voltan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lessa.
So we met in Lessa.
So we're saying we're traveling with this caravan, but we've been hired on it as.
No, just say that you've been hired on
Okay.
with us.
Okay.
If they ask you
You're-
where we met on travels through the caravans.
Okay.
We hired you in Lessa, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we need to have a
You
point of
hired us
origin.
in Lessa?
Or
that
last night.
You guys have taken us from Lessa as
This is
a group.
getting
We've traveled
complicated.
here.
Yeah, we need to make sure that if
That's
Yeah.
why I'm like,
It's
we
getting
all
bad.
need to be on the
Yeah.
same
I'm
page.
starting to panic.
We can't have 5 different
We
stories.
can't. We
Glaive
can't.
is like, I'm a bit lost.
We cannot have
Insane.
hired them in Lessa because they've already been seen in this city as being swords for hire. What I am saying is we met them
Like,
a couple days ago, or because we've been gone. We've been gone 2 days,
about
3
4
days.
Right.
We
4
have been
days.
just kind of
We're-
moving
And on
about through
we've
the
been on
health
Silver
like
Road.
We met them the day before yesterday. We saw them out in the Helterlands. They were good with swords. We knew that once we got into the city, we were going to actually need probably. We didn't really when we impulsed this trip from Lessa, and we didn't really think through like the actual dangers of
Yeah.
being in a foreign country.
Okay.
So then we said, oh, these would seem like lovely individuals. We'll hire them on. So we hired them the day before yesterday.
Okay.
That is as far as we know them.
You can just see the wheels turning.
2 days.
Trying to-
Okay.
There we met the day before yesterday
On the
Yes.
Silver Road.
on the yes
On the
on,
Silver
on
Road.
the Silver Road.
Day before yesterday, I met with Zaius and Chip on the Silver Road.
Yes,
And try to keep the details
as
kind of to a minimum because the more details you give,
the worse it gets.
well, also that's a sign that's
So
a lie.
don't give details. Day before yesterday.
You don't even have to say the day before yesterday, but if they ask,
Only if they ask.
you have information to give.
If only if they ask.
You are just a hired
Just a
sword.
hired sword.
You met
Oh, sweet,
2
I see.
merchants, and
Yep.
you are now a hired sword for these 2 merchants.
And I'm with you guys. Whatever you guys go, I'm with you.
You're just a hired
Just
sword.
a hired sword.
Just a hired sword.
Yep, that's it.
That's all you are. Is hired sword.
Just
That's
bear
not-
with me.
You guys are going to
Can he be mute and that one talk for him?
He's already
last
spoken.
time.
He's got the charisma.
I know. I know.
That's still the greatest thing I've
Straight on
read. That you have high charisma
Uh-huh.
and no ability to use it.
Everyone that meets me is just like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, go
That's
ahead.
where his charisma is. It's
Yeah.
just like his endearingness. You're just like, oh, protect the baby. Protect him at all costs.
He's so sincere.
Glaive, you are just a hired sword. However, if there is anything else that you want to divulge about yourself, we are not going to stop you from speaking your own truth. But as the relationship with us right now is just hired sword. Okay?
I do not think it would be good to say the truth. If
Exactly,
I'm-
but I'm not going to stop you. You are your own adult and you can make your own decisions. I'm just saying keep your mouth shut and you're a hired sword.
She means well. Just,
Oh,
She
God.
means well.
This is going to go so well.
I also have high charisma. Does that make sense? Keep the details vague.
Okay.
You got this.
He does not look confident.
You are strong, you are smart, you are capable.
And talking on the people like
It's like your favorite joke, but it still gets me.
oh, I mean, it's fantastic. It also ages me, but that's okay.
It's,
It's
what ages you more is that I was going to say that if you didn't.
God, it's so scary.
Okay, so I need you two to make deception checks on this for this check at the gate.
Okay. That is going to be a 25.
Nat 20. So, 30.
Those plus 10s.
Okay.
Okay.
That's why we're lying.
Yeah. That is why we specifically were going to lie.
Okay. So, you do get, you specifically get a little bit of a glance from a few different soldiers because you're a tiefling.
Yep. I knew exactly that was going to happen, why I chose Tiefling.
Yeah, and so there is a little bit more attention to you, but it's, you're able to get through it without any real event. And you guys,
And I specifically speak in a Korandian dialect. I don't speak in a Tiefling dialect, or a Aurakan dialect. To sound less Tiefling.
And this may hurt my nat 20, but Stoic goes way over the top. He prestidigitations. He's like, ha! I am Chip Swordlong, and I am a merchant from Lessa. And we are the masters of tea and I suddenly make it smell like a very fragrant tea. all around
Panicked
me.
look. Just I go white.
Regardless of my roll, I was planning to do that. So, like, I'm not going to back down because I rolled a nat 20.
I'm sure you are, sir.
And I just like, I'm sorry for him. He's a bit, extra.
I don't know what that means, but I still agree.
So,
What is that?
thank you.
So, you guys, just for the sake of time, you make
Yeah.
it through the checkpoint without
Oh my
too
gosh,
much of
we
an...
I need a drink.
Just everybody sweating. It's not even hot. Just like, just pit stains, the whole thing.
So you find yourself yet again in this highly organized, very clean, very nice streets of Fort Relica, of these kind of gridded streets, with that same kind of busyness of merchants coming and going, mixed with the sort of more uniform and uniformed people who seem to be native to Fort Relica. What would you like to do?
I immediately grab Stoic, and I do it in such a way so that I can kind of put my hand on my tattoo. Like I latch arms and then do this, and I just tell the rest of them, find us a place to stay for tonight. Stoic and I are going to do a little digging. Keep your ears open.
Okay. So I guess we go find a place for us to stay.
All right.
Probably
So the
the
two of you are separating off, and the rest.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Famous last words.
Yeah, and what I want to do is make a big show of kind of like, because I remember there was like merchant stalls, right, last time. I want to make a big show of kind of like walking through the merchant stalls.
Well, I should say there are no.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I apologize. So Bear managed to find a merchant and do like some underhanded deals, which got him in trouble.
Gotcha.
Because everything is supposed to be with the crown.
Gotcha. Okay.
So there are
now I
crown
understand.
offices that do trade with the merchants,
Yeah.
but there's no like market per
There's
se.
no free
There's no free market.
enterprise.
Yeah.
Then I
if
lied.
you-
What I then
You
I'm
can
gonna
try and see if there's other things if you want to take time to look, but
I'm just gonna kind of do like a quick kind of like wandering around to like just get like the lay of the land. But what I'm specifically doing and trying to get Stoic to listen for any quiet conversations. You're the man who's gonna be able to do that for me.
I know, but yeah, okay,
Can you still do that?
yeah.
Because that was a skill that you just have now. Is you're very good at like the kind of listening in.
I built it up, but I also just am like, why are we trying to do this so sneakily? Why don't we just go to the office and demand that they let us in to trade with the government?
I'm not trying to trade with the government right now. I'm trying to listen for any sort of back channels.
But why do we need a back channel?
Because if we can't get ourselves that stupid little piece of paper that says we can leave this town, I need to have a channel to get us out of this town.
You mean into the next town?
Exactly. We can't leave this town without a piece of paper. And if we can't get above board, then we're going to have to get it below board, and I would rather have all of our options available to us so we're not panicked.
Fine.
So we're just going to make kind of a slow walk, maybe find a place to grab a drink, and we're going to be very attentive to any whispers.
Okay. It better be damn good tea.
I hate that we're going to call this.
Cringe.
okay. So you are specifically just kind of like trying to keep an ear out, like doing your thing, like you did for 3
Yeah,
months. Okay.
but I'm specifically trying to listen for these kind of like people, these underhand deals, like the ones that are like the smugglers and things like that, the ones that we heard about last time that we didn't get a chance to find.
Okay. All right. I want. Let's see. You can roll a perception or investigation, your choice, both of you. And it doesn't have to be the same thing, whichever.
Can I just assist her?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to do perception.
Okay.
That is going to be 19, 20, 21, 22.
22? Okay. So, you kind of take the rest, to start taking the rest of the afternoon and into the evening is, you kind of slow walk, trying to listen to people's chatter and stopping at different points, eventually going to a tavern, kind of doing a little bit of bar hopping, that sort of thing. And you eventually do hear, you do manage to overhear some merchants kind of talking a little recklessly at one point, and just more about rumors, like not sure if they didn't seem to be directly involved, but you hear the words odd boys.
Odd.
You hear last shade in.
Last shade. In.
And the name Nimbo, with who apparently has a ring on his left pinky finger, but is also apparently hard to miss.
Now, did we hear a name, Nimbo, or did we hear the man named Nimbo?
What?
Like, the distinguish between, like, we heard a name, Nimbo, who's probably a guy, or did we hear rumors of the man named Nimbo?
There is a guy named Nimbo who has a you would know him by the ring on his.
But he's just
pinky.
Nimbo. He's not the guy named Nimbo.
What's the difference?
Dude, never mind.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I know
never
where you're
mind.
going. I know you're
Like-
going, but Nimbo is the guy's name.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Nimbo was his name-o.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that he would be, supposedly the guy that this guy who a friend of a friend talked to or whatever, that's, to get something done.
It's obvious that it's a shady. This person
Yes.
is of the shady nature.
Yeah, it was like that kind of like, you know how like merchants sometimes will talk and they tell each other tales like that, and and it's like a almost showing off knowledge of like of some edgy thing that they just are in the know on and that sort of thing, but they don't really know what they're talking about. That's kind of what you're getting at. It's like you're probably getting some information in there, but they don't really know enough to know much more than that. That's what you're guessing is the key pieces of like valuable info.
Alrighty. Some good information. And is there anything else that we hear about the region itself? Like, has there been any other information about sightings, like any other gossip that's like for people that have been coming back from the interior?
No. What you're gathering is that merchants are typically not allowed outside of like past Fort Relica. That the crown does their trade here, and the merchants come and do their trade with the country here.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. I wasn't going to be able to get into the interior as a merchant.
Yeah, and so it's and there is sort of a nervousness about like what's happening inside. More of a not specifics of what's happening inside, but a nervousness about talking about what's like just that it seems like everyone is always keeping an eye on like guards and stuff like that. You always get the impression they're getting watched. Like they're under eyes and they're under a magnifying glass here. And so you're just kind of encountering nervousness about talking about what's happening.
And I definitely try to make a show of like while we're sitting and like talk, like you and I are talking, to have a confidence of ignorance. Like I'm trying to really show like I am a foreigner who has no idea I should be worried, so that there's like I come off as like really like not understanding how this world works. So I come off very ignorant to what's happening around me, even though I'm like clocking a lot of things.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just being your boisterous.
I'm just, this is fantastic tea!
That's fucking great.
And, oh my god, is that nutmeg?
It's like you've never even had tea in your life. It's like you've never even drunk tea. You've never even smelt it. You don't even know what it looks like.
I was drinking tea from the teat. Yeah.
Why on earth would you put nutmeg in this recipe? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Because it balances the cream. Who does not put cream in their tea?
Anarchists.
It's undignified.
Oh, is it undignified? I prefer honey.
Huh. Bee puke.
You absolute trollop. I have no idea why we are even friends.
Because we make so much money.
I don't even think that's deception. That's just honesty.
If this weren't true, I would have left you ages ago. Well,
You could never leave me, dear.
don't call me dear. Mm-mm. Don't look at me like that. You've said no 3 times now. Don't look at me like that.
It's only because my heart weeps every time I look at you.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
This is not the time of the dance.
Another round!
Just the one thing, you.
You say to the bartend, who's not very far away and very studiously trying to act like he's not hearing any of this.
Why they spill the tea? Is that
An extra honey!
Eventually, I pull you. All right, bedtime. And while we pull out again, I like loop my arm, touch my side. Where are we staying?
Yeah, you
Probably
found a.
same place as last time, maybe?
You going to the same place?
Sure.
I don't think we had a was that where we had the pillow fight? Yeah, it was.
So, I think we just go
Where I
back to
left
the
a
same
little
place.
extra gold and be like, sorry about the pillows.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense for us. That's exactly what I think we would do.
Yep.
Okay.
Left up to our devices. Yeah.
Did I do well?
Little boisterous.
That was what I thought. That's how rich people talk.
Some. It was a bold choice. It's not the choice I would have made, but it was bold. Unfortunately, now you're going to have to continue that.
I think I can do that.
Oh God.
I've been spending a lot of time with Easy.
I just don't think we should talk about money quite so openly tomorrow.
Ah,
So now I know we definitely have eyes on us.
so we heard many things today. Do you think when we regroup that maybe we should discuss splitting up and have each one of us follow one of the leads?
I don't think we should all split up. I think we should be very careful about the next steps, but let's regroup first. All right.
Okay. So you make your way back. I honestly don't remember if I even gave you an inn name the first time around.
I don't know, dude.
What did I say? The Golden Duck?
Sure.
I
Oh, I get-
remember that.
Sure.
Do they have Chinese food?
Shit.
Do they have Chinese?
Do they have Arakan food?
Wait, where are we?
Arakan's are
No,
not
dude,
Chinese.
we're like in China.
Yeah.
So it's
So they have it.
yeah, they have it.
They have Lirindil food.
Jesus. The worst. I do ask the innkeep downstairs. I heard there was a shade inn. A shade inn? Is that a place?
Yes.
Oh, honey, your parasail's outside.
Thank you. Is that a good place or a bad place?
It is it's a little bit less reputable than a place like this.
Are we with you right now?
No, we just walked in together. Gotcha. Okay. So it's not a place we want to see. Obviously, we're staying here. This is a very lovely place. I just
It is not a place I would frequent personally.
gotcha. Where in town is that?
It's at the very end of this street near the wall.
Ah, so definitely stay away from that part of the town. Thank you. Just someone had made a nasty comment and then said a place, and I wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I understand you're with the Goliath, the elf, and the humans.
Yes, we just met them on the road. Lovely people.
Yes, well then I will warn you as well that if there is any more destruction of pillows or other sorts of property, we will ask you to leave.
They did what?
Last time they were here, they destroyed a number of pillows and left quite a mess in one of the rooms.
Did you hear that, honey? They can protect us from the rabble.
They are the rabble.
Who better suited?
Though they're under our financial engagement, we will make a concerted effort not to let anything negative happen, and I also put like 5 gold down, and I will repay whatever nonsense they did prior to now.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for letting us know.
Thanks.
And I just like grab you and like try to look very like arg as we go upstairs. But in the back of my mind, I was like, he did not even fucking notice me.
Did you hear that, honey? I think they're real life heroes.
You just feel like a vice grip on your forearm.
Alright, so you guys make your way back together.
Yeah.
That's the closest I've ever seen you to a Karen.
They did what?
I will speak to their men.
Which is me.
Look in the mirror. Hi, I would like to speak to me.
It's a Karen's worst enemy.
I cast Karen.
I summon a Karen.
That's busted.
That's the worst summon. That is like level 30.
It's a level 9 spell.
Yeah.
It's powerful.
Yes, CR 30. Alright. Once we get, it's like as soon as we get in and like close the door, I'm just like peeling off the wig, like oh.
Is there a door lock?
Oh, I instantly locked it.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Success?
sort of. Yeah, it's alright. It's still there. Sort of a pula, tiefling rogue assassin. Okay, I'm there. Hello. We found some good information. Not the greatest information, because I'm going to be stuck here if I maintain any above-board action as a merchant.
You can't.
From the looks of it, the merchants aren't getting out of this part of town. It doesn't even seem like a merchant can even leave the fort. Looks like everything merchant-wise happens right here.
So we're probably going to have to use shadier means.
And we have a few names and a place that we could potentially talk to. And I just relay the Odd Boys, Last Shade Inn, and Nimbo. So we might have to make some underbelly trades. Problem is, it's going to cost us some money. So we're going to have to be smart about the money here. And I just like take out our money, and I just like start splitting things into like small little increments of like basically payout increments, and make a bunch of little piles, and I just start giving all of you little payout piles. If you ever have to pay your way out of a situation, you use the little pile and you pay it out. Yeah.
How much we're getting?
Yeah.
What sort of situation?
I don't know yet, but we're dealing with some shady people who are going to be persuaded with money and not with kindness. They're not here for the good deeds. They're here for the coin. So we can't trust them to be good people about it. We can trust them to be quiet for the right price.
We can't.
These could all be very noble people. I'm not saying that they probably aren't good people. I'm just saying that the money is going to probably be the thing that gets the answers we need.
Why do we not just go together?
I'm saying in case there is ever a situation where you are not with the rest of us, you have an emergency fund to pay your way out of a situation.
Okay, but we're still like, we're going to Nimbo as a group.
I feel like that is a bad call to bring us all together and just be like, hello, we heard about you. All of us standing here. I don't think that is the greatest way to do it. What I think we need to do...
We're your hires. We could just go to the inn together.
Yeah, I think if you all sit at the table together, we
Yeah.
find and sit elsewhere, you can monitor the situation
Sure.
without bringing too much attention. I just don't want to go as a herd.
It's better if I have eyes on stuff like that.
Yeah, and you maybe you can listen in too.
Yeah.
I just don't want all of you just like hovering.
We have 3 leads. I honestly think we could break up into 3 groups.
What 3 leads do we have?
The Odd Boys, Nimbo, and the Last Shaded.
Is that all together?
I feel like it's probably all one place.
All together.
But is it?
I don't know.
We may could find at least one
It's a,
contact at the inn.
you get the impression Nimbo is at the Last Shade Inn.
Yeah.
What
It's a
about
location.
What about the Odd Boys?
Not sure. Like they just seem to be an organization that's
Which we
Related.
could probably get answers.
like really
Maybe easier to find them. It's plural.
Well,
At
and
least
that's,
one of them.
I mean, we're able to communicate with each other. I'm not saying that we split up and separate across town, but we don't have to enter as a group. We could
Yeah,
enter
you-
as 3 smaller groups and kind of ask our own questions.
I think that it would be better if we talk and they listen. I think you'll keep ears and eyes out. If you notice anything, you let us know, but don't engage. Not at least not right away, not until we're sure we know what our game plan is for that engagement.
Yeah, we took it.
Yeah.
we take it.
Just, I feel like we are going to be playing a very dangerous game in a town where anything that is not the government's doing is going to be very, very bad for us. Iraq's being a clear example of that.
Oh yeah.
So, are we going in, are you and I going in as merchants, or are we going in as something else?
I think we should maintain the merchant thing. Just be those ignorant, pushy assholes who are just like, we want to get further into the country, but they're not letting us in. Like, we actually want to see what it is we're buying. We don't want to just see what they have here. Like,
Are they letting into the country right now? Were you able to find that out?
maybe they can help us at least come up with a better alias.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
Well, might it be better if we go talk to the legal routes to find out if they're not interested in the tea trade, what they are interested in, and then use that as our play?
I don't mind us being super above board visually, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get stopped pretty quickly in our pursuits.
I'm not saying we get in above board, but I feel like if we really want accurate information, above board might be the better way to get it. Not to follow through, not
Just to get the information.
just to get the information, because as merchants, if we go in there as tea merchants and they're like, we produce our own tea, we don't need you, we could be like, well, we could be the purveyor of many things. What is it? We are honestly interested in money and would love to do business with your country. How can we best serve your country?
I mean, who do we even talk to?
They have offices
Yeah, there's
all
tons
over.
of there's tons of business offices.
The problem is we've just been staying away from everything official, and because of that, we know nothing.
Then we will. What do you think we should go the official route, or do you think we should send someone to go the official route while we talk to these underbelly people?
We have 3 days.
It's your business, I would say. You two
Yeah.
go.
If you
And
want
if you have eyes on you already from
yeah,
the business that you're
if you
saying
can,
you're under, it would be better
do you
for you
think
to
you
go.
could scout the inn and keep some ears and eyes open for anybody who matches this info description or talks with the odd boys
Sure,
to get a little bit more of an interior piece of information?
sure. And if they're there,
Just You
You
don't-
go tell your employers.
Yeah, don't engage too much, but I think certainly getting a better handle of who it is we would potentially be talking to.
Just
Maybe-
from listening?
Maybe?
I mean, because if we get shot down, we are going to need other routes. And if the eyes are as good in this town as I think they are,
They would want you to go the
we've
legal route
already
at
been
least.
associated with our guards. And so to have our guards finding seedier connections while we go above board would not be out of character.
I won't engage. I'll just go. Listen. Bring it back to you guys. You guys go talk with whoever they would expect you to talk to. And play dumb.
Yeah.
I think we should
That's
keep
easy for us.
I think we should keep easy with us. Just to be bodyguard.
Yeah, okay.
And then the 3 of you can, or the 4 of you can either split 2 and 2 or
I mean, unless you have another mission to accomplish, it seems we
Cool.
only have 2 tasks to do.
4.
sure.
The more ears, the better,
That's what I'm
especially if
saying.
we're not engaging.
Yeah, I'll go with
But
you.
I'm saying like if the 2 of you, if you pair off, if 2 and 2, you can listen in multiple places.
Oh,
at the
two
same
two
time.
different attempts at the same job. Got it.
Yeah, well, like it's like if one of you sits closer to the bar
Yeah,
while
absolutely,
the other
yeah.
pair of you sits like deeper into the. I don't know how big this
Yeah,
place is,
yeah,
or
yeah.
you're just outside. You're able to catch different types of
Yeah,
conversations.
no, that makes sense.
And
Yeah, I think that's
specifically, I need to know this person, or at least a little bit of them.
Nimbo.
Yes, if I have an idea of
And
the
they
kind,
said he's not hard to spot, right?
he's apparently very obvious, and he's got this ring on his left pinky finger, and he's hard to miss. I imagine he probably talks of himself highly.
I think I forgot to mention tattoos as well.
Oh, and he also has tattoos. But I definitely want to know the type of person. Is he someone who would be willing to say anything to anybody for money? Is he, legitimate in that once he makes a business deal, he keeps his word to the deal? Or is he someone who does have ulterior motives? You know what I mean? Someone that I can at least trust him financially if I can't trust him morally.
I'll see what I can find, especially in a public setting like that.
Be careful.
Yeah,
Just,
you too.
yeah.
So what's this I hear about a broken pillows the last time we were here?
Do they not?
You were with us. You got warned with us.
Yeah, we get the warning. Like he said that.
No, I mean, y'all never knew about.
Oh no.
No.
Not until we got the warning.
Why-
That was
why do we get accused
Well, Glade
of-
does, and she's with you
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
yeah.
And I mean, she does too. Like that.
We just.
We didn't break anything while we were here last
No.
time. Why'd they accuse us of that?
I don't know. That seems really weird. That they would accuse us of things that we didn't do.
Well, I mean, should we like straighten the matter out? Like
I put some coin on the table, and
we didn't do anything.
I understand that, but I feel like in this situation, keeping the moral high ground here is probably not the best route. I think in this case it's better not to fight because we don't want to make our relationship in this town worse.
Did you guys like have a bad dream or something and like rip your pillows in your sleep or?
I don't remember that happening.
Definitely not. I didn't have any bad dreams. No.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. It happens.
Wait, is that what you do? When you have a bad dream, you rip your pillow open?
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, you know how sometimes you leave
almost
and then
broke
the
a
next
headboard.
tenant,
Wait, what?
tears up
Say-
something and then you.
Oh,
no,
because
we get
we
blamed.
get blamed because we were the last ones in,
Yeah.
and they.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm literally just like looking at like Glaive and Sanoa, just like,
Glaive is looking just very uncomfortable. Not making eye contact with anyone.
You okay?
Well, easy. I feel much better with you coming with us tomorrow because I mean it's only going to raise our standing with having the king loaning us the court wizard to come do this business deal. So,
Oh yeah,
thank you.
of course.
there's a level of legitimacy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I really think it's going to work well.
yeah. It's going to be very good.
Can I do an insight check?
It's funny that we inside
You
check
can't-
that, but
I'll-
not the pillow fight.
I'll roll it.
None of you.
I want to know if you're lying. Like, how you actually feel about this?
Give me that plus 10.
It's an 18, but like, am I? Oh, insight check. Am I deception or what am I doing? Because I'm not.
Yeah, you roll deception if you're lying.
Oh, dude, that's 28. But I'm gonna be honest with you, and like, Stoic's like trying to have a good outlook on things, and he really feels that having the court wizard
The
is
unofficial court
only
wizard.
beneficial. Like,
His,
whether-
his Instagram is the real court wizard.
yeah, like I know it's untrue, but it plays well to our story, and like I think it's gonna.
Doesn't have a check mark though.
Yeah, positive note. Positive note.
Okay.
But his TikTok is the real court wizard
Yeah.
one because the real court wizard is taken.
I'm trying to be positive.
No one claimed that. I claim that now. I'm gonna be the real court wizard.
The real court wizard.
Real court wizard.
The official court wizard.
All of Easy's images. We need to build this. It's fantastic.
Whew, yeah.
So that's our
All
plan.
right, so the three of you are going to the office.
Yeah, the business office.
Yeah, you've been told about the office of the Crown's Trade,
Yeah.
and then the four of you are going to the Last Shade Inn.
Yep.
Yes, in 2 separate groups.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, what are the pairs?
Oh, I think we're going to travel together to pair these two off.
Oh.
On purpose. Also, that's a bad combination to be any sort of espionage. The two chatty Cathy's.
I mean, it's true, but
That's
they're
not
going,
chatty.
It's pretty good.
yeah. It was pulled on me, so it's time that
It is true.
You just deserves.
We did pull that on you.
I know how this works now.
Don't need an ocean to get a ship.
Wow.
You get a ship. You get a ship.
Oh, that's going on my tombstone. Okay.
Ironically, you died of drowning.
He really needed a ship.
Oh.
Okay, so so as you go, at this point, it's
This evening, or do we sleep?
you're in early evening now.
Okay.
Oh, we're going now? I thought we were doing the next morning.
I did too.
Are you?
So no, we can go. It's,
I
it's
feel
not
like all
super
the
late,
shady
right?
people will be there tonight, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
you took
not-
all your makeup off.
I mean, I can't go tonight if we're being like.
No, they would probably go like the day, right? Or
Yeah.
do you want us to wait?
I want it.
till-
No, I want like bright sunny day going to the merchant office. Like I want like the most obnoxiously obvious
Yeah.
out of towners doing the most
Okay.
obviously daytime obnoxious things.
I just assumed the inn would have all the
That,
sketch
I mean,
people
that
at
does
night.
make more sense.
So if you guys want to go tonight, you go tonight, and I guess we're staying in.
Okay.
Oh.
It's awkward. Okay.
Oh. How the turns?
Shut your mouth, Bear. No.
What up to this positivity? Where did all that go?
Just the two of us and easy.
Oh, and easy. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Never mind. This I feel better. I feel better about this. Yeah.
I mean, the sir is still kind of awkward though.
He's over there playing something. Just the two of us.
Okay. So you guys are staying in. You go in the next morning while the four of you, the other four, go to the Last Shade Inn. All right. So you guys kind of follow the instructions and make your way down the street, which is it's a pretty good. I'd say it's a rectangle. It's pretty large still, and so you walk for about 10 minutes or so until you reach the end of this street, and right there, kind of nestled up against the wall, is the Last Shade Inn, and you can see the forward veneer of all of these inns that you're seeing, which this whole street seems to just be inns. And as you've been told before, this is like the area where they direct merchants to stay while they're doing business and visiting. The forward veneers are all copy pasted. Occasionally some of them seem to have made maybe a slight color change to some trim or something like that, but generally speaking, they're like the same thing. And as you guys walk in, you immediately see like the layout of the tavern is the exact same as the Golden Duck. But like the furniture is very similar. The floor, the paint, all of that is very 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 similar. But for some reason, as soon as you walk in, the vibe is very different. And you gather very quickly it's nothing to do with the inn itself, but everything to do with the people. And it's interesting because you do see a mix of the same sort of mercantile crowd that you've been seeing everywhere, kind of mixed in there. But there's something about the vibe of the room that is a mixture of more serious and edged, kind of hard-edged. Even the laughter and jokes that you're hearing seem to have a little bit harder edge to them. Like this crowd is just a little bit harder than the normal crowd. And so as you guys take up positions, where?
Wherever y'all can go first. Wherever you want to sit down, we'll go somewhere.
Glaive and I will take a seat at the bar.
Okay.
Alright, find a corner table. Try to get a good view of the room then.
Okay. All right. All three of you make perception checks.
Okay, there we go.
Nope.
18.
7.
13.
Okay. 7, 13, you said, and
18.
18? Okay. So the two of you see, after kind of surveying the room, the two of you both individually notice a guy, kind of sitting toward the front, a little ways away from the door, but on that front wall. You see a guy with a few other guys around him that seem to be kind of idly, but not very seriously playing cards, just occasionally placing one and, talking and stuff like that. And you see one in particular who is, he looks like he might be somewhat tall if he stood up, but he's dark-skinned with these very kind of large dreadlocks, like long dreadlocks that are pulled back into a very thick ponytail that go, probably down past his shoulders. And you see an earring in one ear, and very practical kind of, but simple leather armor, and you think it might be armor, but it's also very well, he's kind of artfully dressed himself in a way that kind of disguises the fact that it is. It looks a little bit normal, but because you guys are, fighters, you notice a little bit better than the common person might.
Okay.
But the most noticeable thing about him is on his bare arms, contrasting greatly with his black skin, is blood red tattoos of strange tribal symbols all the way up, like from the back of his fingers all the way up and around his arm, on both arms. And you do see a very large gold ring with looks like a kind of amber stone of some sort on his pinky finger.
Who's closer? Them?
So if this is the inn where the entrance is, the bar is like here, and so they're here, and you guys are back here, and he's like right here.
Okay, yeah.
So you're
closer.
Yeah, they might be slightly closer, but not.
You
fairly
can't.
equidistant.
You can't read lips, right?
Do you have that yet?
Yeah, I think so, actually, because I took the observant feat. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep, I can read lips. As long as I can speak the language.
Let's go. You saw it. You saw him. I'll just put my hand on the back of my neck. I think that's him, and I'll kind of. But you saw him too.
I did, yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
We have eyes on him. If you can get an ear on him.
Okay. Alright.
So, yeah, I guess I'll kind of turn as if I'm facing Glaive, looking at her, but paying attention with my ears.
Okay. So roll a different perception check for specifically for trying to listen in to anything.
Can you try to read?
Ooh, not 20.
Let's go!
Okay.
Yes! Wasn't so bad, but now they're back.
Okay.
Look at you. We are ready for this mission.
We're doing good. We're so stealthy.
And you go ahead and roll a perception check too.
Okay.
And I'll just try to read like basic body language.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Okay.
Well, actually, make an insight check then for body language.
Insight check.
Thought check.
God knows these dice hate me.
Well, we're not good.
It's a 5.
11.
So, as you guys watch, alright, so you first, as you're trying to read his lips, you do pick up on some things every now and then. It's very clear that he's sort of making jokes and just kind of idle chat here and there, and a lot of them, occasionally are just taking jabs at other people sitting nearby, or things of that nature. But you also see, like, as he's got the cards and he's kind of like leaned back, just kind of sitting very relaxed and confident and everything like that. Yeah, he has a habit sometimes of like putting the cards like up to his face as he's talking, and so you don't catch everything he says. And that's especially true as you guys watch, as you see occasionally people walk up to him, and like don't sit down, but talk to him for a minute. And usually they're turned away from you, so you don't really see or hear what they're saying. And they're usually talking in a low voice, pretty obviously not wanting to be heard by everyone. You just body language is just confidence. I mean, just relaxed, like he's like he has this kind of air about him, like he knows something that you don't, that kind of but like he doesn't have to prove it to anybody. It's not like a false bravado, so to speak. He's just confident, like he just doesn't worry about anything.
A handsome guy?
He, to some, for sure. I think
Okay.
so. Like he's he does have a good strong jawline, and
Is he young?
He's probably late 30s, maybe 30, something like that. You would guess. He's got his whole look has got a little bit of wildness to him. It's not clean cut, like it's not, but it's also not trashy either. So it's kind of riding the line between wild and together, if that makes
Edgelord.
sense. Yeah.
That's how we deal with such swords.
Yeah, but he does seem to have this sort of suave, nature to his movements, and just how kind of smooth he is with strategically, hiding things. And you see him you actually see him occasionally make a gesture that you get the impression he's like slipping things to someone or something like that, but you can't quite catch what it is. And
Like physically handing him something?
yeah, or like even like sort of like leaning forward, and you only catch it once as he leans forward and everything like that, like laughing at somebody's joke or whatever, and leaves a piece of paper, and the person who's standing in front of him is just barely not quick enough to completely cover it as he grabs it and slides it into his pocket. And you just kind of get the impression there's probably more that you're not catching happening, but he just seems to be very good at these sorts of exchanges. As there's a lot of noise in the inn happening, but as you do occasionally hear things across the inn from him, and there are definitely times where he's not trying to be quiet. He seems to be strategic about when he's loud and when he's not, but occasionally you do hear like there's a lull just enough to hear some things. And for each person who comes up, as you listen for a while, you start listening, you start getting the impression that he's either accepting something or rejecting. And as these people walk up occasionally and talk to him, you'll hear something like, he speaks with this strange accent you've never heard, but he'll say something like, that's not for you.
That's not for you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, and occasionally somebody will try to argue a little bit further, and he'll just be like, you know, just kind of brush him off and won't hear him anymore. And at one point, with a natural 20, you do hear him specifically as a lull just happens to hit right at the right point. You barely hear it, but you pretty clearly hear him say at one point, I think the odd boys can help you there.
Okay, and just curious, he's a human, right? Is he a human?
He is. He does appear to be human.
Okay, and because he had the tattoos and he had the dreads, he sounds like he's from my tribe. Is he like?
He is very clearly not Goliath. Like
Okay.
he's human.
Does he look like he could be from one of the tribes, though?
He doesn't look. I would say you would know. I mean, he doesn't look at all like a northerner.
He doesn't look like a northerner.
Yeah, he doesn't look like. He does not look like a Goliath. He doesn't look like Nori, the other human, like one of the big human groups of people up there
Gotcha.
that you've had encounters with. He doesn't dress or feel like, just the vibe does not feel like anything you would have encountered.
Okay.
He feels. You wouldn't know like
Okay.
what he is, but he's definitely not anything familiar.
Sorry.
You also there is with a natural 20. I'll also give you. You hear one of the people who approach him say the name Draetherian,
Theory.
and you see immediately a change on his face, like a warning to the guy who approached him, and you hear him say, "That's not the sort of thing you say here."
Okay.
Huh.
Is worried about missionary theory. Okay. Do I pick up anything else?
No, I would say collectively you're connecting the dots that you think this may be some kind of guy representing the Odd Boys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and kind of doing, like as a representative, kind of doing business with different people here.
All right. I'll turn my back to him, like kind of towards the bar. Trying very, like as I'm like drinking my hand with my left hand back, try to subtly find my tattoo. Yep, he's definitely the guy. He knows the Odd Boys. The only thing else I could pick up, he doesn't like when people say the name Draetherian. No idea who that is, but that name he doesn't like to hear.
I know, and I'm not there to stop him.
Yep.
Yep.
That means
Oh, yep. Cheers.
Draetherian.
Yeah. I've never heard of him, right? I mean, I've never heard of this guy. He just one of the guys said it, and Nimbo did not like to hear the name. He was like, "Oh, don't talk about that here. Not the time and place."
Just a reminder, guys, we have to say these things out loud. It's verbal. Hey, you're speaking into the bar. Maybe we don't do that.
You hear me? Is it too soft? Can you hear me? Fallon? Fallon?
You just say,
Fry. I want fries.
A number 3 small.
No, I'm saying that maybe we should leave before we have the discussion.
Oh, yeah, I mean, sure, I just letting you know what I heard.
Yep. No, appreciate that. Take my head off the whole bar appreciates that. should probably leave first if we're gonna if we're done. It's just you because we're in the corner.
Yeah.
And get up and go.
Before we go, I just want to try to clock him again, and I want to try to see if his eyes are shifting to any particular person or persons more than once through whatever his card game.
As you're leaving.
Before we leave, right?
Just, yeah, before we leave,
Okay.
just take a couple minutes.
Yeah, roll another perception check for that specifically.
15.
Okay. You do get the impression he is kind of, he's very casual about it, but he does seem to keep like looking and watching at anybody who enters and leaves, and the people around him and that sort of thing. Nobody really in particular that he seems to be paying extra attention to, except for whoever's right in front of him, when he's talking to them.
Put my hand back here, kind of. I think that you and Glaive should leave first, and then we watch and see if they are.
Not paying attention to you, I'm looking straight at the guy, and I cast Read Thoughts on him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
what
action
is it?
on our team.
16?
16 wisdom.
Come on, fail it. Come on, fail it.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's just never know what comes to people's minds.
Get him. Throw a knife at him.
Well, no.
So, surface thoughts. So as you kind of reach out and do this, he seems to be talking to someone, standing in front of him again. Surface thoughts are, this guy is an idiot, and he's probably going to be more trouble than he's worth. So probably never going to happen. But you also kind of get the impression that his kind of cool, relaxed nature is at least a little bit a show, as he is also mindful of everyone around him and his surroundings. Got a little bit of paranoia, like not paranoia and fear, but just alertness, like he doesn't trust anyone or anything, and but he's not at all like worried about the guy in front of him or anything around him. He's just alert and has a very low opinion of the guy in front of him.
Okay.
I'd say he's especially annoyed by the guy's clumsiness around information.
Okay, I'd like to do one more thing. After that, I would like to shift my gaze towards the guy that he's talking to and cast Read Thoughts on that guy.
Okay.
I'm specifically just trying to figure out what he's offering, if he's offering anything.
You can't probe. It's only surface
It's
stuff.
just surface thoughts.
Yeah.
I can cast Suggestion with it, but
Learn.
I'm just watching.
Okay. So his is a fail as well. So this guy is at the moment feeling fear, but not of the guy in front of him. Somebody that he works for. And it's sort of surface level, so you don't really get specific names or anything like that, because that's not what he's thinking about. But it's, you just kind of get the impression it's somebody far away, like in Targonia, that he works for. That if he's not able to find a way to get their goods into Lirindil, he's going to be dead.
Okay.
And this is not going well, like this little conversation here, and so he's starting to panic.
But I don't register the goods or type of goods.
Definitely not. I'd say you probably get the impression these are not goods that would go through normal channels.
Sure, yeah. Okay. Okay. And I look at you and say, I'm ready.
Okay. So the four of you are making your way out two at a time.
They left already.
Well, yeah, I guess after Balin tells me that, like, we'll pay our tab and
I'm watching that group as they leave just to see if there's anything. They're watching them.
Yeah, I mean, the guy definitely clocks you guys as you leave, like individually, like both of you. Not with seeming any concern, but his eyes definitely follow you, like leaving. But you've seen him do that with everybody.
Is there
Coming
anybody
and
else in
going.
the tavern that kind of watches them as they leave?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of people.
Okay.
Like, you get the impression this atmosphere is definitely not as normal. Like, there are a lot of untrusting people here.
Plus, it's a Goliath standing up in the middle of it.
Yes.
Next to a glaive.
Yeah.
a glaive.
A glaive.
Two glaive.
Glaive.
All right.
All right. So you guys head back toward the Golden Duck to regroup for the night. And that's where we're going to take a break.
I do say as he comes in though, I'm like, you all must have done a very good job and no one said anything out of turn in a public space where other people could overhear them.
No, we did great.
I thought for sure they were gonna confront them. I was all excited. I like wanted to see what happened, and like you guys just like snuck in,
Yeah.
recon, and left, and I was
Well,
like,
so Noah is thinking about the last time we did anything like this. Fight
Yeah,
got
to rock.
killed.
And it's usually your thing to go in, upset the outside.
You need to do-
yeah, I'm like, me and Easy is like chilled, and I'm just
Actually,
like,
she didn't go either. We were like,
yeah, you guys had the calm party, and I was
Yeah.
like waiting for it, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah, no, we're not picking a fight with somebody.
yeah.
It's because I told him what to do. Told him not to engage.
Yeah.
Yeah, last
Doesn't
time
it-
it just didn't go well.
mastermind now.
doesn't mean you can't talk to me.
It's a hive mind.
It's a hive mind.
Our employers need your help. That's what should happen.
All right. So we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes, and then we will come back to see what happens next morning. All right. Be right back, guys. All right.
I'm on camera.
Welcome back. Hope you had a good break. We're going to jump right back into it. So you guys have had a nice rest in the Golden Duck. No pillows destroyed this time. And
Considered.
That you know of. That's it.
but you wake up, have some breakfast, and you two want to head. You three, I guess. You two and Easy want to head to the
Yeah.
office of the Crown's Trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Link arms again, as my fashion is wont to do these days.
Okay. So you guys, the three of you, leave and make your way through the city streets as it's already kind of bustling, and as people, some are preparing to leave to head back out, some are continuing to conduct their business. It's a pretty busy town overall. But as you guys make your way to the place, you eventually find the office of the Crown's Trade. Kind of a nondescript building in the row of what looks like a whole bunch of different government offices of different kinds, and you step inside and are immediately greeted by a mass of people in a waiting room. And you see
The DMV.
yeah, as you get in, you see there's a very at first you think it's just a mass crowd of people, but it's actually, you can see there are some ropes set up, so it is a very orderly queue. It's just very tightly packed. It's very stuffy, and you can tell there's some sort of fire going somewhere, and the mass of people tightly packed together in this room is making for a very hot, stuffy,
I
hot
was just uncomfortable
experience.
even fantasizing this.
Yeah. I'm instantly like, oh.
Yeah, it's not. It's the opposite of dry heat that you're it's not even jungle heat. It's
It's people heat.
yeah,
It's the worst kind.
Yeah, it's stuffy inside, just proximity to people.
I wanted to be warmer, and this was not it.
Yeah. And so you step inside, and just a couple feet away is what looks to be the end of the queue, end of the line.
I just get in the queue, looking completely like I make it a concerted effort to genuinely look like I don't know what's going on around me, while at the same time being incredibly attentive to what's going on around me.
Okay. Yeah, roll a deception check for the heck of it.
That would be an 18.
Okay.
Oh dear. Keep your eyes and hands on your wallet. I don't trust this riffraff.
I just squeeze his arm very tightly. But I'm like hyper vigilant of like what's happening while like just staring aimlessly into the void and like trying to see if I can hear anything or see anything that would give me an indication of things I shouldn't say or shouldn't do.
Okay.
When
Roll
I get
perception check.
when I get closer to the, especially when I get closer to the thing. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Okay. So, as you fall into line and get there, you see, obviously, nobody is happy to be here. You do see, you hear a number of different people at different parts of the line making, obnoxiously loud comments to the fact, and you get the impression, even though you're acting, there are some very entitled people of the same kind of nature here, occasionally. Yeah, it's a mix of people, but it's like, because some of them even are like, oh, shut up, that sort of thing to them, and it's just a variety of discontent that you think might boil over if not for the guards lining each wall, who don't look super happy to be there either, but are attentive, and they're kind of watchful eyes looking over everyone, kind of keeping everyone in check without having to say so. And you see occasional nervous glances as somebody starts to raise their voice and everything. They kind of look over and quiet down. And you wait in line for a good hour before you get about halfway.
At that point, I am going to turn to the people closest to us and just be like, and what are you here for?
I'm just trying to sell some excess grain.
Have you sold it here before?
No. This is my first time.
You know nothing. And then I will turn to the people to my other side. And be like, have you sold here before?
He just turns and turns back around, ignores you.
And as soon as he turns from the person with the grain, I just go, sorry.
Me too.
And then when he turns to that other person to irritate them and does his thing, I just turn around to them and I'm sorry. And I just take on the ownership of the just exasperated
The other guy just is forward away from you in the line, just not paying you attention.
yeah. But basically this becomes my MO is he's up and then I'm it's excited cop consoling cop.
Every married couple ever.
Yeah.
Ouch.
But did I clock anything that would, especially as we're starting to get closer and closer to whatever the destination is, am I starting to pick up any trends where there are certain words or phrases that instantly get you rejected, you're not going to be considered, or if there's certain ways in which you mannerisms that you take on that instantly get you a no?
They don't seem to react well to any sort of belligerence, and if they start to argue too loud or too hard, they are pretty much shut down. You get the impression that the people in charge really like order and really like, quietly doing your business and not causing a scene. And so anybody who starts to do that, there's at least some warning, that's for the most part, seems to quiet them down until one of them does seem to not get what he wants and starts to make a fuss before guards kind of quickly escort him out and just basically kick him out on the street.
Well, while this is starting to happen, I'm going to take out some documents and start to look like I'm like calculating things and like really try to make my documentation look very neat, very orderly. Like I have like impeccable records of my things, whatever they are. But like really, I'm kind of just like writing down some bullshit. I'm just like making up some stuff, putting some numbers down on a grid, but like starting to give the illusion like I'm really like thoughtfully thinking through my like what it is I have. Just so the aesthetics look very clean and precise. And like the best handwriting.
Okay.
Just to maintain this like visual order.
Okay. Alright, so you wait a little bit longer for an hour for the site. It's probably closer to an hour and a half because of one person who seems to be taking particularly long. But eventually, just in, people kind of bumping into each other and, it's just, nobody is friendly really. Nobody is, you're just all very close together. You can't help but be touching someone at some point, always. It's just very compact and,
Asura does actually, like at one point in time, you see her, she starts to get really uncomfortable with like her tail being close to somebody she doesn't know. And you see her like literally like tuck her tail like up and like almost like around her belly. Like almost like she like half belts herself. Because she starts to like suddenly feel very uncomfortable with like her tail being touched.
Okay. Eventually, you finally make it, after about 2.5 hours of waiting in line. Your legs starting to get stiff from standing still for that long, and just that mild gleam of sweat, from the heat and proximity to people and all that.
I'm gonna even stop. Like you're taking
Yeah.
it there, and I don't.
My body's just like, ugh,
Yeah.
ugh.
Yeah, that various mix of smells of just different people, of some of them not smelling good, some of them smelling a little too much perfume or cologne. Like, there's
Mild headache forming in the back, just deep in that
Yeah.
skull.
Yeah. But eventually you do finally find yourself at the front of the queue as you find yourself as a man and another man kind of sitting behind him with some more notes and some boxes and things that seem to be some files of some sort. As another man who's kind of thin and a little older, probably you'd think mid-50s, 60, clean shaven with, some white kind of thinning hair and bald on the top, but he's kind of thin and reedy. With this, that black with dashes of red uniform that you've seen the Lirindilian workers all
Lirindilian.
all wearing.
I don't know why that caught me. I didn't really think through what people of Lirindil would be called, and Lirindilian was not what it was in my head.
But he finally, as he's finishing up notes from the last one without even looking up, he just sort of says, "Next, please."
I immediately put my hand to Stoic, and I'm just like, shh, and I step forward. Brevis, Mazaeus, tea merchant.
Yes. What is your request of the people?
This is my first time in Lirindil, and I was hoping that I could get an opportunity to start trading, specifically in tea.
In tea? Tea would fall under trade specialties. You would need to go 4 doors down to the Office of Trade Specialties, and you may begin. You may gain a permit for trade or just sell yourself to them at your leisure.
Thank you so much for the information. Is there any particular documentation I would need for
They-
that?
They will be able to provide you receipts for any sales deals that you make.
I do have one other question. Thank you very kindly for the information. I'm also looking to go further into the country to actually look at the tea that is grown here and better understand what it is that is the soil, the crop, just to better understand how to sell it in the eastern markets. And I like to be very knowledgeable of the people who grow it and the places that it's grown, because I think that makes for a better service of tea.
Well, of course, you can find anything that the people wish to sell at the Office of Trade Specialties, if there is any available that the people have to sell to outside parties, and they will be able to give you information about how it is grown or anything of the sort from there. And you'll be able to get any information or goods you need right here in Fort Relica.
Oh, so I would not be allowed to go further in to experience the growing for myself.
You can, of course, apply for a special permit of the people, but I do not imagine that simple agricultural curiosity will be a good enough reason to enter the country.
I see. Thank you for that information. It's very fascinating. It's my first time in Lirindil. You have such a beautiful country, from what I've seen so far.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your information. Thank you for the opportunity to stand in line.
Is that all?
I'm ever so sorry. My partner misspeaks.
Yes, here we go.
I unfortunately was not blessed to be born in this beautiful country of Lirindil, and have always admired it, and want nothing more than to supply this country with whatever the people need. We do specialize in tea, but we also have very much access to many goods. And what is it exactly that your office specializes in?
We specialize in special permits and in directing those to offices that they need go to.
Ah, so this office is kind of a helping office to direct us to others, but it does not specify or specialize in any one particular thing?
We do handle certain special goods, but what are you getting at?
Well, I just find it odd because we are purveyors of special goods, and I would just like to purvey them to you.
And what goods are those?
That's my question.
So if you have goods besides tea to offer, we of course welcome and appreciate all international trade with
Which-
the people.
I would love to bring you, but I am a purveyor of so many goods that it would help me greatly help you if I knew what needs the people had.
We have needs of all kinds. If you are able to give me more specifics, then I can of course direct you to the appropriate office. And if not, I suggest you spend a bit more time organizing your mercantile organization.
While the conversation is happening, though, can I look down and look over whatever documentation is on the table that I can get glimpses at?
Give me a perception check. Sure.
That's only going to be a 13.
Okay. I'd say what you've been seeing him do is he's actually, as he's writing, he's actually handing it off to the person behind him who is filing it away. So you're not seeing very much on his desk. There's like an inkwell and a quill and some blank paper and things of that nature. What seems to be written in front of him that you get a glance of as he's handing it off from the last person, just said a special request at the top, but that's it.
So we do have many goods, but we also have many, how should I put it, hard to find goods. We even have some contacts in Karania that are very high up. I don't mean to brag, but we happen to know the court wizard. And so we would like to establish trade routes with this wonderful country and make it more prosperous for all of us. But tea may be our specialty, but if I just knew what goods we could possibly bring to establish the most beneficial relationship, it would be very helpful.
Sir, Lirindil is a very large nation and has a wide variety of needs and interests. It is impossible to list the entirety of an entire nation's interests to you right here and right now, while there are quite a few people waiting for their turn.
But nothing
And
comes to mind.
unfortunately, sir, I do not have time for any sort of guessing games or, any sort of this strange back and forth that you seem intent on engaging in.
I kind of grab him and like put him behind me a little bit. And I just go, I do apologize. He's very enthusiastic about opening trade routes, and
I
he
see
gets
that.
ahead of himself. I
He's
appreciate.
very excited about something.
He's excited about everything. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for providing the details necessary to find the exact person we should be talking to in the place that we should be talking. I hope you have a wonderful day, and thank you for letting us be inside your country.
Next.
And I just yank him and pull him.
There's no chance easy to be quiet during that interaction.
Fortunately, I tied his mouth closed.
We'll just say you gave him instructions.
Yeah,
'cause
I'm like,
not gonna try to...
I swear to God, easy. I need you to keep your mouth the shuttest it's ever been shut.
Shut us the fuck up.
As soon as we get outside, I'm just like, breathe in like air and oxygen.
Yeah, back into the bracingly cold winter air.
I almost don't mind the cold at this point. That was just awful. Fuck, I do not want to stand in another line.
I'm still in character. The nerve of them to not want us to bring them the best goods possible. How should I do that if I don't know what needs they have?
Chip, darling, sweetheart. I need you to take the decibel level from here to shut the fuck up. All the way out. I understand your frustration. I understand you're feeling things right now. But I need you to feel them on the inside, deeply. Okay? And then you hear, like, very quietly, like, Asura's voice come back and say, we are going to be watched everywhere. We're going to have to tone the performance down by, like, half a decibel.
I want the attention.
I know
The nerve!
And I just, like, dramatically,
See a
like,
guard that's standing nearby, like at the door, like step forward, like, sir, I need you to calm down.
and I instantly started to, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
I love your people and your country so much. And I traveled so far at the opportunity to best serve the people that I could never be part of.
Oh, Jesus.
And I was turned away.
No.
We're like,
Yep.
Yeah.
I understand, and if you love our people so much, then you will keep yourself together and maintain a goodly order.
Yeah.
I will
Or you
try.
will not be allowed to trade anymore with these people who you love so much.
I will try. I always have inspired to be like the people of this fine country. If only I had half your discipline. And I do apologize.
Well, if it happens again, we can teach you some.
Oh, God.
Just steps back into place.
Sorry. He's very enthusiastic.
Insight check? Like, not even a smirk? Nothing?
Roll an insight check.
It's a nat one.
All of that acting. All of that acting.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Chip is my favorite, too.
I mean, as far as you can tell, nothing. You seem like a very humorless people.
My muse, let's go.
Uncut Gems.
Can shit never leave?
Get it together, Tara.
I wasn't ready. I went to school for this, but I wasn't ready for the performance of a lifetime.
Seriously.
Yes, dear.
All right. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna make. I'm gonna walk back so that we're within range of the tattoos again. And just kind of like, while I'm kind of like standing looking at whatever primly treed walk path is nearby, I'm just gonna like lean like I'm talking to Stoic, but whisper, hey guys, we're hitting a bit of a roadblock, so we may need to push forward with option B. But I do actually want to go to the T specific.
The Office of Trade Specialties?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I want visually
Yes.
for us to be entirely above board in like actions we're taking.
All right. So you make your way there?
Sorry.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
I do it. We walk the path and do the same thing again.
Okay. So you make your way to the Office of Trade Specialties, and you you enter in, and it's another very similar looking space. This one does not have quite as many people, so there's a little bit, but it's still that hot stuffiness of people, just maybe about 75% of the people you saw in the other room. So there's still a lot of people in there, but not quite as packed. And so you get in line.
Yeah, and this time I'm gonna pay a lot more attention to the what is being approved.
Okay.
Like what specific things are being approved, so I understand kind of like what is deemed valuable.
Okay. So one of the differences with this one is that there's actually 3 desks set up at the front with different people that seem to be taking them as they're available. And yet the line is moving distinctly slower. As you are kind of listening to some that speak louder than others, you're getting the impression these are working out deals. These are working out specifics of trades and trade arrangements and different things like that, and what they are and how much is needed, how much. Sometimes sending a runner to different places that you don't know where to come back with information of like how much they want to buy or how much they're willing to sell or anything like that. And you get the impression that this is you're not hearing anything like farming oriented. You're not hearing anything like iron or any of the commodities. This seems to be special items, like things that don't fall into other categories. And so, you know, it's probably 20 minutes before the line moves the first time. And like I said, they are working out business deals as they go. And so you continue to wait.
Yep.
And yeah, this line is probably a good 4 hours
Yep.
of waiting.
At some point, though, I do look at Stoic and Easy, and I'm like, if you want to go, I will stay.
I could never abandon you, dear.
Darling, I love you for that, but I know you're hungry. You've got the look. You're getting a little hangry.
You know me so well.
Just pat you like on like the chest. Why don't you go get some food with our friends and let them know what's going on? And what would I have to do later tonight?
Come easy. Let's see if this dastardly place has any tea worth drinking.
Can't do this.
I don't know if we should leave her alone. Maybe I'll stay with you.
Fine. I'll go soak my sorrows by myself. And I will walk out in a huff.
So easy staying with me?
It's like, you can't be sure, but you swear you hear somebody be like, oh, thank the God.
A lot of Karens tonight.
So Easy's still with me?
Yeah.
I just look up at Easy and I just give him a knowing look that, like, if you say one thing, a single word.
What?
Shut.
This is not the thankfulness I was hoping to get.
Thank you. And I just get back and just like stare forward again, just like listening in on these conversations and these trade negotiations. Does there seem to be a theme of like how much people tend to be buying and selling around here, like quantity? Like what seems to be an average quantity of a thing?
No, it seems to range. Like
Yeah.
sometimes they have a number, like a large number, like it might be like a number of barrels of like a special kind of like wine, or it could be like a very fancy tea set or something that's particularly interesting. It's kind of a wide range of things. It just seems to be like they do reject stuff that's not worth their time. Like but if it's nice, they sometimes will.
Does it sound like all of these negotiations are actual negotiations of like price and quantity, or are some of them just like inquiry?
It seems for the most part they are there to work out deals.
Okay.
You know, because they're merchants with something to sell to these people or buy from these people, and so they're, you know, they're typically there to work out deals. So.
Cool.
While they're out, I do want to talk to Zenoa. I guess like after breakfast. I approach Zenoa.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. Yeah. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to. I don't know if you heard when I was talking to Glaive a couple days ago, but I know we're still trying to figure out Ildris. And I had a vision while we were in the Celestarium. That it was from her.
I did too.
You did?
Yeah.
What did you see?
No, what did you see?
What did you see?
You go first.
All right, fine. I like that. I'll tell you the whole story.
Yeah.
Like I relay. Like I saw the field, the 15 thrones, and then getting the people to the campfire, like the whole thing. And I just kind of like as I'm finishing up, like you just it really took it out of me. Like time was like it was for us. I mean, you probably had the same thought. But like it was only a second that I was gone, but it felt like at least a year. Like it felt a long time. So it really just kind of, I don't know. It just took a lot out of me.
Yeah, mine wasn't exactly that long, or it didn't feel that long, but I could definitely say it took it out of me. I
Yeah.
felt like I died, and then wasn't dead.
What happened?
There was this enormous wolf.
Really?
Yeah, but yeah. And she was there, and she talked to me.
Did you see her?
I saw her, but I don't know that I remember too many specifics to piece together everything that she looked like, but she was there. I don't know, it's like a dream where you remember
Yeah.
someone's there
Yeah.
talking to you. Like she touched my face, like she was there, right there.
Really.
I can't piece together all of who she was visually, I guess.
But she touched your face.
Yeah, she talked to me, and
How did it feel to hear her?
warm.
Do you find it odd that she's like the goddess of winter, but yet she's like so like warm and I mean not compassionate. Compassionate makes sense, but again like
She's inviting.
yeah. But again, like, you don't think of winter as like inviting.
She showed that side of her too. The wolf. Eviscerated me.
Like literally?
I certainly felt like, yeah,
Oh.
when I was there.
Oh wow.
Uh,
That's cool. I mean, it sounds terrifying, but that's really cool.
but it was the first time I felt, seen by her. But I don't know, it was the first time that I felt like I wasn't just maybe another one of her followers, I guess. But
I
like
get
she
that.
really cared about me, and
Yeah.
she obviously cares about you too. Along with the rest of the
Yeah. Yeah.
gods.
Yeah. Again, I mean, you said it. Like, when I joined the Silver Flames, I did not really have an intention of like meeting or talking to one of the gods. So yeah, like that they would take an interest to like talk to me.
They talk to you?
Just that one time, like. I mean, maybe a handful of times when we're in the Feywild, and then I've had the 2 visions from Ildris. It's weird. Like, why? Why are they talking to me? Man, I feel very honored. I feel very, like, I don't know. But, yeah. It just feels like, why me?
Yeah, it was really. Thanks for telling me.
Of course.
I thought it was just me.
I did too. I had no, because we both like walked out at the same time, but like there was like this whole like archway, and I went down the other archway.
Yeah, that's similar to how it happened for me, I think.
That's funny. We didn't see any like you didn't see me, I didn't see you like in the
I
other
don't
one.
think
Well, we left at the same time, didn't we?
Yeah.
Man,
I haven't been totally honest with you about. You've asked me more than once, but you've asked me, how I knew about her or when I came to know anything about her. And the only thing I did know about her was from somebody else back home. And I didn't know her well. I didn't even know her name.
of Ildris, right?
Yeah, she followed Ildris and there was a moment where I was sitting right in front of her and
Mm-hmm.
a lot of bad was happening in that room, but during it I just remember her face, this woman's face, and it looking back, it reminds me of Arcturian's face.
So like the joy, the compassion.
Yeah. Warm. And she said something to me before she died. And those words just came into my head when during that vision, and she said, her touch, is that right? She said, her touch makes fools of us all.
It's fools of us all.
And it made sense when she touched me, and it was like me, everything that I've accomplished or done, everything I have built for myself or thought I was, just felt silly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think years ago that would scare me, but now it feels right, correct.
You said you heard this from someone in your Mandor?
It was like she looked straight at me and said it. I didn't really know what it meant until
Yeah.
the other day.
It stuck with you all these years.
Well, I haven't been gone from home very long,
Oh, gotcha.
and it wasn't too long ago, I guess. But yeah, it stuck. And I don't know, I felt like I should tell you that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you telling me that. Yeah. Ah, man. This whole, like, journey thing. I don't know.
I don't either. She showed me a place and told me to go there. I don't know where it is. And I don't know when I should go.
You don't remember anything about, like, you didn't get a name or
No
a general
name.
location or anything?
She just told me to find my warmth and then go.
Find your warmth and then go.
Do you know what that means?
The first thing that comes to my mind is my first vision about you. And Ildris pretty much told me to invite you into the group. It was around a campfire in like a nice cabin, warmth and a nice cold night, so I would like to think that we could be your warmth. I know that you have brought warmth to us. I feel like we found you at the right time.
I think you are. I just don't know when to go and You know, I thought she wanted me with you, and now maybe not. I don't know. But it just seems like wherever I'm supposed to go, that it's not where you guys are meant to be.
Why do you say that?
No, I mean, you guys have a lot
We do.
that you have to do, and maybe I need to figure out some stuff.
You can't join us on these quests?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to find out where to go, and I guess I'll just talk to her, maybe. And
Well, regardless, I hope you find wherever she is pointing you towards. And I hope that whatever is waiting there for you, that it's good, that it's what you need. And if we could help you in any way with that, don't hesitate to ask. We are definitely there for you.
thank you.
Of course.
I don't think this group would be where they are now without you.
Well, I mean, I know that.
Your persistence is obviously, it matters. And they take notice of it, and sounds like from your vision it's worthwhile. I mean, look at Stoic.
Yeah, I was telling Blake this.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. She kind of helped me realize, like I said, it was. It didn't feel right. At first, I didn't like that I had to wear myself out just to like save like one person, you know, like it's a lot of work. But I don't know, she helped me kind of realize that it's more about just giving it your all. Like the numbers doesn't seem that important, but just to make sure that when I do stand face to face with Morin, that I can tell her that I gave it my all, that I tried. And yeah, Stoic is definitely an encouragement.
The work you put in for one person. Look at your angel friend.
Yeah. Was not expecting that.
I'm learning that life has a lot more value than I originally put on it.
Do you mind if I ask why life did not have value?
I just, back home, I got really good at hurting people. When it first started, there was actually a lot more death than intended, and I got really good at making sure they didn't die, at least not immediately. But there's a lot of tradition and ritual in the way that I was grown up or taught, especially in my family. And when Your land is said to be cursed. We were taught that the curse has to be bled out of you. And I was really good at doing that for myself, but others as well.
Man.
And when you do something that long, that young,
Yeah.
there's a hardness.
Yeah. No, I get that. I don't know how to ask this question.
So just ask it the first way it popped into your head.
From what I know of her, your story sounds like Asura's. It sounds like you both had a hard, rough upbringing. But again, it's like, I don't know how to say this, but it seems like you kind of have a better handle on it.
Is that a question?
I guess the question is like, how did you do that?
Do what?
Get a better handle on it.
What makes you think that? Granted, I don't know Asura. I mean, honestly, I think Asura deals with her emotions way better than me.
Really?
Because at least she gets them out.
Yeah.
She says I'm forward, but I mean, I sit in on conversations with her in Stoic a lot.
We were not taught to, like, verbalize our emotions. It's a foreign concept to me a little bit.
We, as in the Silver Flames?
The With Me family.
Ah. I think I'm good at figuring out other people's emotions and not my own sometimes. Which is why I'm really glad that you're here with them. I saw you with Glaive.
Yeah.
I'm not really good at that stuff.
To be honest, me neither. But I can relate to where she is, and I just knew that she probably didn't want to be alone at that time. Obviously give her time to let it out, but just having someone there, I think, next to her probably was the best thing.
I also think that if it was anyone, it should have been you.
I mean, we have gotten pretty close, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, I think she cares about you.
Well, I care about her. She's quite enjoyable to have around. Man, you know. Again, thank you for sharing. I really appreciate
I
it.
can't read thoughts anymore today. Wait, because I can. Because that was last night. I cast read thoughts on him.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
What save is
Wisdom saving throw. 16.
it? I have high saving throws too.
He does.
Yeah.
Really nice saving throws.
I don't know about the paladin.
I mean, I'm fine with failing, but come on. Woo! 17.
Yep, barely makes it.
Yeah.
I'll just go off the big that you just made.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just, again, I'm not. I should have known this was coming, but it is sometimes so much easier to swing an axe at a skeleton than to talk to people and deal with, like, other things. But I'm learning that you can't always swing your sword or axe or whatever at skeletons. That doesn't always solve the problem.
Yeah. Last night was good. I think
Yeah, we're learning. we heard some information, and I don't think we got caught.
Yeah, well. Anyways, thanks for telling me about the vision.
Of course. I mean, we kind of told each other we would learn about Ildris together, so felt like I should share that with you.
She certainly made sure of that for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I guess we'll wait around on the other three.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll just see what they learn, I suppose.
Alright, so, for the sake of time.
Yes, thank you.
You wait in line for about 4 hours, and you have this conversation with them.
Mm-hmm.
The way it works is you can make your case for trying to get a special permit, and then after making your case, it's like a 3 to 4 week wait on permission, like whether you get it or not. Like it's like that's 3 to 4 weeks to find out if it's approved or not, and that's kind of depending on how strong your case is.
I go through the motions knowing damn well I'm probably not going to wait that long.
There is also 100 gold fee for applying. Because the special permit, you're getting an impression is it's special. Like it's not,
I do that.
Okay.
I make, because if there's,
That's the
because,
God.
yeah, because if I do ever build anything legitimate here, everything has to be above board. And I specifically told, his name just left me again, in
Thurston or
Carandia,
something like that.
the distribution center.
Voltan.
I specifically told him if I ever sent anything to him, it was always going to be legal and above board.
Okay, so that'll be 100 gold, and that also, she explains a whole bunch of things that fee supposedly covers, but that also extends your permission to stay in Fort Relica until the approval or disapproval is received.
Okay.
It's convenient.
So that gives, basically gives us a little bit more time to do
Gives
what
us
we
a
need.
3 or
month.
4 weeks to.
Yeah, great. I am nothing but amenable, kind, calm, gentle, everything I am naturally not.
Okay. Okay. All right. So with that, as you guys gather back together, by this time, it's probably about 2 o'clock. What would you like to do?
We have yet to relay. We'll relay all that information from the inn.
I'll do the
Yeah.
same with what I know to be
Uh-huh.
true. We have now buffer to make our connection with whoever we need to make our connection with. So we don't have to jump. We don't have to show any sort of urgency or anxiety about getting a yes from him. So we might want to develop a little bit more of a visual in his world, that we become something of a regular visual for him to wonder what we are doing.
Is that good? Do we want if we have to sneak out through back channels, would we want to suddenly disappear?
Well, I mean, that's... No, I'm saying in the sense of, I want him to realize that we are around.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to just surprise jump him
Ah, I see.
with a request.
Okay.
I want to start to become something of a regular in his purview
Okay.
and drop hints of, frustration that it's taking so long for the approval, wanting to get into the interior as soon as possible. Like, I'm just sitting on my money at this point. Like, I want to get things, like, start to play this, like, I need help and I'm trying to find help. I don't know where I should be looking. Like, that kind of thing where, like, if he's being observant and he's listening, or his people are observant and listening, they're starting to see me regularly being like, I'm looking for a way to quietly get what I need to get done.
So you're going to the Last Shade Inn?
Yeah, basically, like,
Okay.
like for the next couple days, like, I regular this place.
Okay.
Like,
Should I buy him a drink?
no.
Are you disguising yourself any?
I'm still in the disguise I've been in this whole time. I'm
Okay.
still the same persona.
You could try to play cards with him.
But basically, I'm trying to get him to notice me versus me, like, latching. Or, like, getting one of his people to notice me so that they can make the introduction.
Okay.
Because it seemed like the more desperate and, like, forward people were being with him, based on what you said, the faster he was to say absolutely fucking no. But if you're quiet, subtle, if you seem to have, like, a good, like, you know how to be under the table about things, it seemed like he was being more favorable to those individuals. And since we have, like, basically 4 weeks here, I'm trying to give the illusion that, like, I don't know how to proceed, even though I'm basically, like, fishing.
Let's do a, I'm gonna call it a deception check, because it's,
Can I get him to help me?
how do you help her?
Oh god.
By leaving the bar.
How does that help?
Because I had bought him a drink. Matter of fact, I just walked in there like, "Love's on me!" and bought everyone a drink and got his attention. But no, that's not the way we want to play this. So I leave, and that is a huge help
He's a
for what
rather
she's trying to do.
he's a rather boisterous guy though, from when we were there the other night, right?
Boisterous? No, not really.
Okay.
No, he laughs with them a little bit, but it's like he's very chill. Like, he's a very cool guy.
Can I use, can I just use you for the visual of, like, money? I use you as, like, the visual of having enough of something. Like,
Can I buy the bar around?
sure.
Yes! Okay. We go in and I'm like, ha ha ha!
Oh.
Drinks on me, you fine people.
And I, like, it's obvious that I'm with him in that I walked in with him, but I also make it very well known that, like, I don't like the boisterousness that he is portraying. Again, trying to reiterate and perform for him that I am not this type of person. I do not do this boisterous shit. I'm not grand. I am quiet, and I am thoughtful, and I sit, and I know what I need.
Are you going straight there? Well, I guess it's a few days later. Like,
Yeah, like, if we could forward through time a little bit, like...
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Like, we're just kind of, like, milling.
And I'll go with her, and I'm just like, run for everybody!
About 3 days. You walk in, like, one evening, we'll say, and do this.
And I'll sit down and
So that's going to be about 40 people, 2 silvers each, so 8 gold.
and I go, bartender, drink for everybody. Bottom shelf.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, you're my favorite.
Okay.
Yeah, just
So that'll be 8 gold.
Yep, I got it.
Dang it, Joe.
All right, roll the.
There you go.
So how is that helping?
so I want to buy everybody a drink, and then once they do, I want to raise my drink. And how do they refer to themselves? We've been here long enough, so like
The Lirindilians.
Dillions.
to like the people of Lirindil, or to all you find Lirindilians. Like, I'm trying to think, like, have I heard, like...
I mean, Lirindilian is the word for someone from Lirindil.
Celestials.
Celestries! No. And I will turn around and I go, I buy a drink for all of you. And if any of you know how I got into this godforsaken town, oh yeah.
Oh god.
Tell me now. If not, enjoy the drink. And I salute all of them, and I take a hard look at everyone in the room, and I want reactions of who I know Limbo is, because...
Limbo.
Sorry, let me check my notes.
No, I
No,
want.
it's Limbo.
I want you to keep calling.
Limbo. I check Limbo's reaction because one cat is going to admire another cat's swagger, and I can obviously tell. And so...
He does look
I
at you.
regret ever saying yes to this.
He's literally drunk before he's even taken
I
it.
know.
Yes.
He does look at you and no smile, like,
Yep.
and kind of like gives this look to the guys around him and everything, which you're not sure what it was.
That's fine.
Just kind of goes back to doing his thing.
While this is happening, I touch my.
But he very clearly did not like.
Oh, I'm sure.
While that's happening, I touch my tattoo, and I'm like, if you sit next to me, I will kill you.
Yeah, no, wasn't planning on it.
Okay.
I just want to buy everybody around and make
My
you
money.
pay for it. Yes, you understand. And then I'm going to down my drink. Cheerio. I'm going to turn around. Cheerio. And walk out. And I'm not going to look at him. And I'm not going to look at her. And I'm just going to like stroll straight out. And I am not running, but I am walking with a bit of haste.
Okay.
And I would like to make it about 4 buildings down, taking in my surroundings.
Okay.
Am I being followed?
Make a perception check.
Damn, I need someone else to go with me.
And while he does that,
Oh, it's a -1. I don't even
under my breath. Oh no! What'd you do? Did you roll that one?
No, I rolled 2.
Oh.
But it's a -1.
So it's a 1.
It's a 1, but not that
Not
one.
natural.
As far as you know, you're not being followed.
All right.
And under my breath, but kind of loud enough that like if anyone was close, I say, "Ooh, should I do that?" I say in Thieves' Cant, what an ass.
Okay. Alright, so for your deception check, it's going to be a straight roll.
Yep.
That is not helpful at all. In fact, I'm
You're borderline gonna give me disadvantage?
yeah,
And what am I doing?
deception.
17.
Okay.
And if those are all taverns, I'm going to walk into one like 4 buildings down, because I'm assuming they're all kind of generalized.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do the same thing again.
Yeah.
You do have some coin on you because I gave you that like
Yeah,
little
I know.
packet of coin.
That's obnoxious. It's a ploy. It works.
Okay. So you're doing the same thing again at the next one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the DM under his breath. Oh gosh. He's like, oh man, I don't know what that means, but
Okay. So, you've kind of gone there and made these comments and things like that, and people kind of look at you, but unless you like directly talk to them, they all seem to be minding their own business. You don't really get any reaction from him. You see him just continuing to talk to different people as they approach and, deal with them accordingly. But you don't really get approached.
I start to just look like I'm getting like uncomfortable, and I take one of my coin pouches that I have, and I like rotate it forward in my hip with like a jingle. Like I make like a noise about it.
Okay.
Adjust my hip, and then I sit in such a way that like I'm not disguising my money, but I try to do it in a way that looks like I was just uncomfortable and trying to like adjust myself, not I'm trying to flaunt money. To see if that would help in any situation.
You're trying to catch his eye?
Yeah.
Okay.
Without like, hi sir, I have money and I need to talk to you.
Okay. You see him as he, as you do this, as somebody leaves, and he kind of goes back to his card game and everything like that. A few tables over from you. He does kind of catch you doing this and everything like that. And he makes eye contact, and you just see like an eyebrow lift a little bit, and he goes back to the cards.
Just give him a nod. Go back to my drink. And I kind of like start to do that thing where you're like not, like your face is like semi away, but I now am like in the peripheral, like periodically just kind of like gazing back to see if he'll look at me again.
Okay. He definitely looks at you more as you're sitting there in between, business and things like that. He's definitely keeping an eye on you.
Does it look like the person that he's playing cards with maintains cards, or does that person ever get up and leave?
There are two guys at the table with him. Occasionally like to use the facilities or something just for a minute or two, and then they come right back. They're mostly just kind of there with him. Apparently, he definitely knows them. Like they're the same guys for the most part each night, or day and night that he's there. So
After a little while, is there a is one of the chairs open?
Now at this table there's just 3 chairs. It's just for them, and he just, like I said, everybody who comes up talks to him just kind of stands there.
He'll be a boss Karen move though.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Is there enough for a 4th chair to be pushed in if it was going to be?
Probably. I mean, it's a decent sized table.
I'm gonna grab a chair, walk over, put the chair down, sit down, deal me in.
I don't know. What kind of game are you playing?
Well, it looks like we're playing cards, so a game of cards then.
Lots of things look like they are, but they are not, huh? I mean, some games are more risky than others. You sure you have the stomach for it?
Well, I certainly have the temperament for it.
Yeah, that's a start. And first, it should be noted, when you saw him, and as you've been watching him, at first you thought he was Shigoran, because Shigorans are dark-skinned for the most part as well. But there's something about him that just doesn't feel Shigoran at all, because the Shigorans you've known have been very, they're typically more rich and sophisticated, and this guy is...
It's scary.
Yeah, and like like sometimes sociopathic, like they just are detached in a way, and like this guy is not that vibe at all. He just seems to be completely different. And his accent is kind of similar to Shigoran's, but it's slightly different too. And he kind of roll a persuasion check.
That was not great. What's my persuasion again? It's not great. 10.
10? Okay. He kind of like looks at you for a while, just kind of obviously kind of examining you, and he kind of nods to one of the other guys, and they actually deal you a hand. He says, we play, but I'm thinking this is not the real game you want to play, huh?
Very observant.
Been coming in here the last 3 days. Now I'm thinking it might be me that you are wanting attention from, huh?
I mean, when you look like that.
But when, no offense, when you look like that in this country, I'm not sure if I want to be around that.
I understand.
Again, I have no problem with it, but your kind is not exactly welcome in Lirindil.
I understand.
Do you? So, what is it that you want?
An opportunity to be further away from Fort Relica.
Well, there's a gate right out there. You can head right back out.
Absolutely, except the gate faces the wrong direction.
And what do you want me to do about it, huh?
Well, you seem a man who has lots of friends. And, well, as someone new to this country with very few of them, behooves me to make friends with those who make friends easily.
He says in Thieves' Cant, are you in the life?
I respond, it ebbs and flows.
Leaves me wondering what the ebb and the flow is, huh? Have to make sure it ebbs and flows at the right time. It's not going to flow when I don't want it to, huh?
I assure you it flows in places to try to be a little bit better. But I can't help if I also like money.
Well, afraid I'm not, actually, you know what, roll a persuasion check. With everything you did, I'll give you advantage.
Nat 20.
Don't need it.
I mean, I'll roll it again.
Yeah,
That's a 19.
Wow.
Plus 4.
Dang.
So 24.
Alright. So as you guys play cards and everything like that, he kind of pauses for a second as he's still kind of like evaluating you and says, I'll tell you what, I'm not the one who's going to make that decision for you, huh? But I can take it to him.
Who?
That's not something I'm going to say right here, huh? In public? Come on.
Listen, sometimes you have to test. I don't know you yet.
It's more important if we know you, huh? So maybe we get to know you, huh? Just you?
Friends?
How many?
7 of us total.
That's a big order. It's a big order, big decision for the big man to make, huh?
I understand.
Well, I suppose you should probably get your friends and meet me behind here around midnight, huh?
Do I get any feeling that this is going to be bad for me? Even though I rolled a nat 20,
Roll an insight check.
Okay. That is going to be, what's my insight? It is over here. That's going to be a 15.
Okay. It's hard to tell for sure. I mean, because he's obviously a guy who's used to doing this kind of business and everything like that. But you just, at the moment, as far as you can tell, he just seems to be taking you to somebody above him in the organization. That he's not the guy who can make the call and that sort of thing. So.
Okay. I can do this.
All right. Suppose I'll be seeing you then, huh?
It was a pleasure. And whatever the cards are, I just put them on the table.
Okay. Ooh, that's too bad. It's too bad.
I was never lucky in cards.
Well, hopefully it's not reflective with everything else, huh?
Much more lucky when it comes to people.
We'll see.
And I want to clock whatever he and the other guys at the table are drinking.
Okay. You see, they seem to be. They have like mugs of ale in front of them. They don't seem to be heavy drinking though. Like they seem to be kind of sipping every now and then, but they're not. Like they're very. It's like a show. It's like
Yeah.
they are drinking a little bit, but they're not they're keeping alert, you know. He has some sort of looks like a clear but red, like reddish liquid. It's not red like wine, not like purplish, but like red. You know, that's like semi-transparent, and you're not sure what it is.
As I get up and I look at all of them and give them a nod, I want to go to the bartender and say, like, you know, whenever they want another round, it's on me, and I'll leave the money necessary for those 3 drinks.
Okay. That'd be, we'll say 6 silver. Okay. So, again, for the sake of time, do we just want to say you guys all gather and meet?
Yeah, and I tell them everything that I did and all that, and
Okay.
that we're going to meet at midnight, and I think it's okay based on the conversation, but it could still go wrong because it's shady, and there's 7 of us. So,
Are you still Messias?
yes, I have not stopped being Messias
You're
Brevis.
still Chip.
Nope, not for this meeting.
You're not Chip?
No, when I went to that 4th bar, after making my speech and buying around, I found a facility or back room or whatever, and I would have changed into Canaan,
Oh.
Okay.
I miss Chip already.
and that's how I would have walked. That's how I would have left,
Okay.
just to lose all suspicion.
Okay.
I feel like he's pretty known here and wouldn't draw a lot of attention. So
Roll a perception check for me real quick.
give me something better than a freaking 1. 6.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright. So as you're leaving, you do see some guards, like a guard talking in front of one of the kind of patrol city guards, like talking to the bar owner, but you're not able to tell about what.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys gather and you meet as you guys make your way back behind this particular tavern. You know, you see him standing there, and he's actually got some sort of like hand rolled thing that he's smoking, and it's got a very kind of weird, pungent smell to it that you're not familiar with. You know, it's got like this kind of almost sharp sting to your nostrils.
A little oregano.
Yeah, something like that. But it's not familiar, whatever it is, and you know, but as he's kind of like leaning up against the wall, and you know, he kind of looks over all of you, just kind of up and down, and right then, he just puts it back in his mouth and just starts walking. And you see the 2 guys who are at the table with him kind of fall in behind you, and you know, alert but not aggressive per se. They're just
Doing their job.
yeah. Yep. And so he leads you through kind of a few different paths on the grid of streets until he eventually leads you into a kind of a cellar area where there's some other guys sitting outside who don't look immediately armed or anything, but you know, they kind of nod to him, and he opens the cellar and kind of leads you down in. And you find yourself kind of walking through some kind of pathways underneath until it opens up into what looks like a really large tunnel that looks at least partially man-made, but just straight, and it just kind of goes back into darkness as far as you can see. But in the immediate vicinity, you see a number of tables on either side with a decent group of people kind of gather around at these tables, just talking and drinking and eating and hanging out around these areas. And in the center in the middle, you see what looks like a somewhat old but still kind of plush purple chair has been just kind of set in the middle, and you see these 2 hulking humanoid figures on either side. As you see, sat in the middle is a man dressed in very practical garb of just kind of browns and blacks, and he looks probably only about 5'4". Like, he's not very tall at all, and you see with this short, messy hair and this this very messy beard that both look like kind of unevenly cut and like kind of scraggly, like it's been trimmed with a knife almost. Like, it's just with kind of like small scars here and there on his face and like on his neck and everything. And you see a guy in the middle of the floor in front of him on his knees with two guys on either side of him, and seems to be having some sort of discontent with what this guy has done. And so as you are led in by Nimbo, you just kind of hear the tail end of what he's saying as he's like, you hear him saying, "Do you think that is enough after what you did? Tell me, you have a mother?" And the guy is like, kind of looks panicked. He's like, yeah, he kind of nods. He's like, "Is this what she wanted for you?" And he kind of looks confused for a second. He's like, "What is her name?" And he kind of gets wide-eyed for a second. He's like, "Listen, I'm going to need it, because when I'm done here, I'm going to find her and let her know how you died a disappointment."
I love him already.
I know, right?
And the guy just like kind of stumbles over his words but doesn't seem to be able to talk, and the guy just like, and kind of leans back as the two men kind of drag him off to the side and seem to be just kind of holding him for whatever happens later. Nimbo, what is this that you have brought me? And Nimbo kind of steps up and kind of gestures over to you. He's going to say under his breath to you, where only you can hear. He says, "It's going to test you, huh? Try to get under your skin." And potential customers, huh? They are wanting to make big requests of you, huh? Yes, this is Drytherian Fallow. And he just kind of makes this little bow and kind of steps off to the side as somebody hands him a drink, and then he just kind of watches and smokes and as you guys engage. And well, aren't you the eclectic group? His eyes kind of narrow on you for a second. And, well, what you want?
We're looking to get into the interior.
Ah, big requests, huh? Well, good luck.
Thank you. We'll definitely be successful with your aid.
I suppose we'll see about that. Who are you?
Well, we have many names. We go by many names. But we are...
So mysterious.
If you'd like to think that. But we are interested in meeting some friends further into this country.
Meeting friends, huh? What sort of friends would you be wanting to meet?
Friends that can help us make a difference. Who also have information that can help us make that difference.
Make a difference. Altruistic of you, huh? You see him kind of like lean off to the side for a second. They're being mysterious, as if that's going to help them. You see, I have to determine if you're going to cause trouble for me and everyone who works for me. So I need to know who you are, or what you're going to do to know if it's worth the risk for me, mate.
I have two answers for that, and it depends entirely on which one you like better.
I like the truth.
Then the truth is this. Above board, I am a merchant looking to sell and trade exotic teas, and I specifically want to be inside the interior so I can see what is being grown and get to know the land. Under the surface, I'm here to, how do you say this? Thread the needle between two opposing sides of an argument.
Are you trying to say in some roundabout freaking way that you want to be involved with the rebels?
They have information that is very important to me and mine. So we need to meet them to get that information. It's not about the rebellion, but certainly we understand the precarious nature of this disagreement. We are not from this country, so I do not know your particular feelings about who is right and who is wrong here. But I certainly know that there is opportunity for people with skills. And we have those skills.
What I know is that the White Death is apparently not interested in any other shade thereof. So I am not sure how much I want to help anyone who's trying to help and deal with them.
I don't.
Do you catch what I'm saying?
Tara does not, because she missed a key word, and now I don't know what you said.
Which word did you miss?
The sentence.
That word.
All of them.
The whole of it.
Okay, he said the White Death, which you've heard before.
Yes, that's why because I looked down to look for the word White Death in my notes, which the White Death is part of the.
He is
the
leader of the rebellion.
Yeah. And he said something about the White Death, and then I completely
Doesn't
lost.
need another shade.
Doesn't seem to be interested in any other shade thereof, like any other shade of death.
He does not seem.
No, the White Death does not seem interested in any other shade, is what he said.
And that's where I'm confused, because he said shade, and I know I have a key word about shadows, and I don't know if I'm supposed to use it now or not.
Ooh, yeah.
The White Death, whatever your opinion is, he is a little too... he's just too pure to deal with people like us, mate. You know, he's just too high and mighty with his ideal little battle. And, well, I don't know. Messing with them is a bit risky, I think. And, well, you know, word is that they're on the cusp of collapse. That's what I hear. So why would I want to involve myself in that? I mean, imagine you set a building on fire and then invite me to tie myself to a chair within it. Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound like a good deal that you would want to take?
Absolutely not, but that's not what the deal is here.
Well then, speak forward and tell me what the deal is so that I know whether to make, what decision to make here.
We need to get inside Lirindil for our own business and affairs. Our business begins and ends with you getting us inside and you getting paid for it. Anything after that is a relationship we negotiate then. We don't have to be any further in your hair than we need to be.
You see him kind of get up, and he just sort of walks down, you know, to you guys, and like walks up to you and everything. Kind of. He says in Infernal, "Are you telling me the truth?"
I'm telling you, and Infernal I respond, I'm telling you as much truth as I think is safe to tell you.
Okay. This is what you think, but make a deception check.
20.
Okay. He kind of looks at you for a second, and then he turns to Bear and says, "Who are you?"
Get like real nervous. I'm Bear. Bear with me.
That's a stupid name.
I don't think so. I kind of quite like it. What's your? Oh, you're Dre. What is it again?
Draetherian Fallow.
Well, your
You
name sounds.
should know it.
What?
You should remember it.
I will.
What do you do? What are you?
I hit people. I've been hired to as like a bodyguard type situation for these people.
It's a bit of a brain over brawn situation, isn't it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Who are you?
The name's Jonas Bunsen.
Bunsen.
It's not a deception check.
Wait, what?
Oh!
Shit!
Wait, what?
Why would you drop that now?
Jonas Bunsen.
What a name!
What the hell?
Wait,
What is that you're wearing?
wait, what?
You've never seen
Question mark?
robes?
Freak.
Only on certain, fancy sorts. Is that what you are? You're accompanying one of them?
I've been hired.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Bet you've been hired for all sorts of things, huh?
I don't know if I like the implication that comes with that.
Oh, you don't like it, do you? I'm heartbroken.
I'm sure. You seem like the type.
Ain't it either?
Did he just say something off to the side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
An oddball. He's a bit of an oddball.
Do I need to repeat the question?
Oh,
I'm
dear.
guessing you're wondering who I am.
My,
Do you look like Stoic?
I have
Yeah, I'm Stoic.
have been instilled with miles and miles of confidence in the intelligence of this group I find before me. Yes.
I'm a half-orc.
Well, good for you. I'm half god.
I really don't.
What, never
understand.
heard about me? They didn't tell you at the gates that gods are not in this country? So it leaves people like me? They even have a holiday after me, St. Fallow's Day. It's made to celebrate all the cleaning of the streets I did in order to create what I like to call a monopoly.
I'm just wondering how much faith we should put in a man that doesn't know who we are. We've been here for 5 days and know who you are. And it didn't take much digging to do so.
You know, there are loads of people who believe that orcs are not very bright, that they're somewhat useless, maybe even a danger to society, and I do mean loads, but to any man I say who says there's no place for them in civilized places, I say you have never seen how unbelievably fast they can shovel manure, mate. It's quite a spectacle.
Yeah, we are mighty fine with a shovel.
I imagine so. I can smell it.
Outside the bodies.
I go by Moonshard.
Are you a group of jesters? What is this?
What do you mean?
Moonshard.
You don't like it?
What do you do? Don't seem like the brawny type.
No, but I help take care of these people.
Oh, like him.
Yep.
That's not what he means.
That's the kind of work you do, huh? What's your rate? I don't care about yours.
I don't have one.
In Infernal, I whisper, she's priceless.
He says infernal back, like, that is absolutely not true of anyone.
Just give you both side glances.
Yeah, I don't know what they said.
And he turns to Glaive, and he's like, and who are you? And she, without blinking, just says, Glaive.
That girl. I believe in you.
And he kind of like looks her over, kind of looks at her armor, kind of very carefully, and I wonder. I don't see many of your kind around these parts. At least not with their mouth intact. Makes me wonder if people, if you're where you're supposed to be. So, now that I've got a big look at you, and he kind of turns and walks kind of back to his chair and sits down, I am noticing that the lot of you seem to have some very nice things about you. Seem like you're not the sort of, the type you'd find in the gutter, if you know what I mean. Even if your brain might be down at that level, at least for some of you. And I find myself wondering why on earth I would risk so much to help you, when perhaps some of my men might be interested in just taking what you have from you right now anyway.
You've raised a mighty fine argument. And it's quite valid. You could all just jump us and take our things. Wasn't that giant tried to do that to us once? That we took down? Or was it the necromancer?
I think it was the dragon.
It was the dragon who thought that he could take us.
Well,
You're certainly welcome to try. I just don't think it'll fare well for you or your men. And you've told me explicitly you don't want trouble from us. And we don't want trouble from you either. We just want to quietly make our way into the interior, get the information we need from the people who have it, and kindly get on our way.
How many men are there that we can see?
In this whole room?
A lot.
Yeah.
Way too many. We would get wrecked.
Yeah, let's see.
Because you said there was like rows of tables of people.
There's like just under 40 probably.
Okay. 10 for each of us.
It's fine.
100% this is entirely Asura's bravado.
Oh no. I could probably dig a hole big enough for all of you in about an hour.
That's yeah with him.
See what I'm saying? Really good at manual labor. Not much else, but manual labor. And you see him kind of like lean over and look at nothing again. I want you to roll either persuasion or intimidation. Your choice.
Me?
Do I get in on it too?
Yeah, I'll let you. Yeah, I'll let you.
I want an intimidation check. I haven't got to roll on the whole campaign.
I know, right?
Persuasion 15. If
Okay.
you want to do intimidation.
Intimidation. 24.
Yeah.
Well. I suppose we can negotiate.
Thank you.
And that's where we'll leave tonight.
It's my first intimidation check
I
on the whole
know.
campaign, and I specialize in it. And I built my guy
know!
to do intimidation, and I never get to use it.
It's not typically the right take. Like,
You've been too soft?
I try being mean all the time, and you know what happens? It blows up in my fucking face.
You gotta play it cool. Real nice
I mean,
and
you
suave.
just gotta be Chip the whole time. That's what you gotta do.
Oh, shit.
I was channeling Thurston.
Thurston.
Oh, no, it's,
Gilligan's Island, man, the millionaire, whatever the fuck his name is.
William. William Thurston, I think it is Thurston.
Like Thurston Howell.
Yeah.
it's been too long since I've
Yeah.
seen that show.
Yeah,
That's
I got you.
Jonas Bunsen. Is he a doctor?
Oh my god.
No.
Not a
He's,
doctor.
he's the brother they don't talk about.
We don't talk about Joan.
The Jonas Brothers?
I was like the Bunsen brothers.
The Jonas
There is
Brothers,
a
dude.
fourth Jonas.
Yeah, he's the fourth Jonas that no one talks about.
Jonas, comma, Bunsen. So his name's Bunsen Jonas.
Jonas.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Man.
I gave him a name that I don't care about. So, and none of y'all know as far as the character.
No, I was
You've been Valen the whole time.
like, Jesus.
Characters don't know that.
that could have gotten really interesting though, like, because that 15 persuasion wouldn't have been enough.
No, I knew it. The minute I rolled it, I was like, I'm fucked. That's why I was like, I desperately need him to do it.
Very interesting. So, thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll have one more week and then before our break, and as they continue trying to make their way into Lirindil and make the contact they're trying to make. And
I just want to make my damn content.
yeah,
You
getting
were
there.
great out there.
But
You were great out there.
It's so good.
Awesome. All right. Well, we will see you next week.
Yep.
Bye.